No, last time we had this issue, it actually recorded it, but we just don't see it.
Maybe if you share.
This one's not like it.
Is that a mail?
This? I was gonna get home.
There we go. All right. Just keep moving. We'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Roll call. Eric Horst. Here. Counselor Pendergrass. Here. Counselor Phillips.
Here.
Counselor Richards.
Here.
Counselor Spring.
Here.
Yeah, City Engineer Joe Palin, with our City Attorney Representative David Assif, who should be online as well, so.
All right, so, first item is to approve our agenda. So, do we have any amendments or?
Yeah, I do. I have one amendment that there is, and it would be under new business under J. And I'm gonna have a quorum discussion.
It's a new item?
Yeah.
Nothing in the packet about quorum, so we'll add it for discussion.
I would like to move new business up to I think it's ahead of item 7, petitions, requests, and communications.
What new business had unfinished business, is that what you're saying?
No, new business, I would say new business above petitions, requests, and communications. Not sure if the Roman numerals are off here, but it would be 8 new business above petitions, requests, communication.
And we're moving it to where?
Ahead of petitions, requests, communications.
Would be
It'd be 7.
right after the ordinance D.
So all the new business in that place.
Yep.
The other changes or amendments?
What page is that on?
Seeing none, all those in favor of the agenda as with the amendments of adding item J to new business and moving new business up to before petitions, requests, and communications, which is right after all of the ordinances and public hearings on page 2. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
I'd like to see new business stay where it was. That's where our packets are laid out.
Any other comments?
I'm just thinking that's going to take quite a bit of discussion, and it'd be nice to have it up front before we get into some of these other things. We don't have any information on the vast majority of these items, and so I feel like discussions are going to be lengthy. I prefer to talk about those earlier than later.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended agenda signify by saying aye. No. Aye.
No, let's leave it the way it is.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed to it. So I'll leave it where it was.
Let's leave it where it is.
No, we're not approving the amended agenda. then.
No, we're gonna leave the new business where it was originally.
Right?
Gonna leave the new business that was supposed to be moved up back to where it was originally. So 3 of us said no to that part of it, okay, to leave it where it is.
So then we'll, item G being added was not approved then either.
No, J should be approved. That was not part of what the motion was.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was part of, it was all.
It was part of amending the
Yeah, it
agenda,
was part of it.
so that is not,
So it would still stay in there as J or not?
We still gotta approve it, we still gotta approve the agenda. So you can add it back in. You
Okay,
still gotta approve the
oh,
agenda.
you're
You're,
right.
you're gonna make another motion.
Right.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the agenda with is it J, what do you?
Yeah.
J for the quorum where it is, and leave the rest of it where it is.
1 second.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay,
All right, first on our agenda is the Citizens, Outstanding Citizens Year Award for 2024, and, Bo or both of you, Skyler, come to the podium, please.
Good morning.
evening.
Good evening.
Thanks to everybody who's here. This is not always the most fun, but this is probably one of the most fun parts of the year. Greetings, Orinoco City Council.
My name is Bo Hannenberger.
My name is Skylar Breitenstein. It says it right there.
Right. Along with Mayor Ikorst, we've formerly served on city council for many years, and with your continued permission, we continue to serve on the Outstanding Citizen Committee.
Many years ago, when we were on city council, Orinoco tragically lost longtime businessman Gordy Caravo. When this award was dreamed of to honor Gordy with help from his nephew Mac and the support of his wife Yvonne, we saw a need to recognize so many who give back to Orinoco, our hidden gem of a community in southeast Minnesota. Without these types of volunteers, the city wouldn't survive, let alone thrive.
The award hangs just to the right as you enter into the Orinoco Community Center.
Current and past residents can be nominated annually as long as when they volunteered, they resided within the city of Orinoco. The next nomination will be early fall 2025.
The awardee for 2024 began volunteering in Orinoco many years ago, helping on Gold Rush weekends, volunteering with the Orinoco VFW Auxiliary, eventually serving on city council as mayor for 2 years. More recently, this person has volunteered with the Orinoco History Center, Age-Friendly Orinoco Committee, and has volunteered at the Orinoco Candidates Forum for multiple elections.
This person is as humble and as service-oriented as so many awardees over the years. In fact, I know this person would say that they're not deserving of this award. However, we strongly beg to differ. In fact, we almost didn't have the awardee at tonight's meeting due to other volunteering commitments.
After numerous candidates were anonymously considered, with the vote and support of the Orinoco City Council at the November 2024 meeting, we'd like to congratulate Joy Bertzinger on being Orinoco's Outstanding Citizen for 2024.
The 20-minute speech, they would love. Can we get a picture with the mayor?
Sure.
Well, thank you. It's not expected. It's it's an honor. It's something that many amazing people that I've met throughout the years should join me on this honor, because without them, without family support and support of the community, this doesn't happen. So thank you, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I will do that. We'll get a couple in the hall too.
You want one with all of you guys?
Yeah.
Thank you both.
What's that?
You want one with all of you guys?
We're good. We're good. She's the important one. Thank you for your time
Thank you.
and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
All right, yeah, that's always a great part of the city council meetings throughout the year, so thank you, Joy. All right, next item is our public forum. And it's a 3-minute time limit per person. City council welcomes and encourages participation from community members. Please keep in mind that your comments must be pertinent to city business and must adhere to data privacy rules, and no employees' names may be used. Please do not expect action from the council this evening regarding your concerns. To address the city council during public forum, please step up to the podium, state your name and address, and fill out a form provided. Speakers will be recognized only once. You will be timed. Begin speaking when the green card is raised. Yellow card indicates you have 30 seconds left, and red card indicates you have reached your 3-minute time limit.
I don't have the card, so I'll just let you know 3 minutes is up.
Okay, well, we'll make some indication that 3 minutes are over. So. Okay, so the first item, Roger Wells, if you'd like to come to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to talk to you about next year's taxes. Looks like kind of a repeat from last year. Looking over the 21 taxing authorities that we get information, and I see a couple of communities decreasing their taxes by a couple percent next year. A few will be increasing a modest amount, and some are mostly in the 5 to 9% area. Even our county will hold that 5.6%. But here's Orinoco, like last year, 36.5%. You got the number 1 out of 21 taxing authorities. The next one up is Dover Yoda. They're only going to go up 18.9. So you're double what the next one in line is. Last year, I sat here for a while the council realized that there was still a lot of work to do on the budget, and you had heard from the community citizens that they were kind of alarmed at the rate that was going to be imposed. And so for the next hour and a half, you went around the tables and asked everybody if they could possibly do with less money in 24. And I think you brought the budget down from 30-some% to 23%, as I recall, something like that. So I don't know if this is makeup for last year that you didn't get all you wanted, or if there's some new things that are going to happen in 2025 that I'm not aware of. I'm real curious about what I'm going to get for a 36% tax increase. You had talked about maybe hiring a city administrator. I think that person might be on board now. Having been a professional administrator all my life, I would tell you that one of the most, if not the most important thing in that person's job ought to be budget preparation and budget management. It's not a difficult thing to do, but it's a timely thing to do, and it's a bit complex. And it shouldn't fall upon the shoulders of everybody around this table to start from scratch. So if you're not using your administrator for that purpose, I would suggest you get to it. Bottom line is, I know you're not going to give me feedback, but my question is, what am I going to get for 30% hike next year? I do not have municipal water. I do not have municipal sewer. My street is deteriorating. I haven't seen a patrolman up on my street for about 15 years. I do see them downtown, and when I have the opportunity, I stop by and thank them each time I see them for the time they give our community protecting it. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Cordile.
Kevin Cardell, 635 Valley View Roads across the highway. My question is the same thing, that in the last 4 years, looking at my increases in my taxes, I understand property values go up. That's not all your concern or your issue. my property values have gone up. Actually, this year now, it's gone down a few $1,000s, which is kind of surprising. But my taxes have gone over $1,100 in 1 year. I have the same question as this gentleman here. What can I expect to see for that change? I know that the water and sewer was put on, and that was a year ago that would have been. So that doesn't double every year. So I don't know why like a 33% increase in my taxes for Orinoco, just for Orinoco City in 1 year. And again, my question is, what can I expect to get a difference? Because again, similarly, where I live, and you know that, the roads are breaking up. There hasn't been any work done on that. There was supposed to be a paved trail down in the ravine in where we are. That was supposed to be done. We were told 2 years ago, it was last summer, not the summer we just ended, the one before. We've gone through this summer and it's still, and from what I hear, that there's no plans to get that done. I also have heard from city people that if things are gonna happen, they're gonna happen on the east side of the highway, not on the west side. So I'd like to know, why is that being discussed, and why is that the case? And I say that because there isn't things happening over on the west side of the highway. I say the park, the sewer project. I've also understood that as I'm paying for a sewer system that was just to be connected, tearing down the old one, but I had heard that the one of the divisions over there was waived, that they don't have to pay the sewer connection fee. I'd like to know that. Why is that some people were waived when it was understood by all of us that everybody would have to pay that connection fee?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Irv?
Well, I'd just like to thank you guys for everything that you've done. I know that this is a difficult, decision making. And I guess the only thing you can really do is what the citizens want you to do. And I really appreciate your efforts. So, and it was quite an experience being on the council. Good or bad. Yeah. It takes a lot of experience to get good at what you're doing, so I really appreciate what you're doing. And thank you.
Thanks, Irv.
Thanks,
Does
sir.
anybody else would like to come forward for a public forum? Please come forward. Fill out a name or a slip, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Barner, Barner. I live right around the corner. My concern was about the taxes, like everybody else. We moved here, we're the newbies in the area, but we moved here 7 years ago and we were paying $5,100 in taxes, property tax. That's total assessment between the county and Orinoco. Now we're looking at in 2025, in 2023, we paid $1,851 to the city of Orinoco on a residential, we're zoned residential, single family dwelling. By 2025, our assessed value would be $3,255 to the city of Orinoco. So we're looking at a 75% tax increase in 2 years to the city of Orinoco. The county, by contrast, only went up 14% this past year. In Orinoco, same year, went up 35%. I'm just saying, we were actually seriously considering moving across the road and getting 20 more acres and a newer home for $2,000 less in taxes, because of what we're paying here is far outstripping what our income is. Our income has remained very modest over the last 7 years, but it keeps jumping up $800-900 a year. who knows what's in store in 5 years? Am I gonna be paying $10,000-15,000 in taxes? We can't afford to keep going the way we're going, is all I'm saying. That's the only part. And I know taxes are necessary. I know no things need to be done, need to be done. But with the increments I was looking at since we were moving here, the last 2 years, I don't know if it's the water infrastructure or what. But we're in a Josic subdivision. We don't have a sewer yet. We have, so I guess we're paying it just like everything else. We don't send kids to school around here, but we end up paying for it anyhow. That's my only thing is that we're actually literally looking to get forced into probably moving out because our taxes, we can't, every 2 years, we can't look at a 75% tax increase to the city of Orinoco. It's just outstripping our means. It's not in our budget. We're having a hard time just out there affording groceries and stuff. But when I look at my tax bill every year and I'm getting hit with another $800-900 a year from Orinoco, that hits home. I mean, $100, $200, $300. Okay, you figure there's increases, but almost $1,000 a year to Orinoco. We just can't keep up this pace is what I'm saying. It was okay until 2020, 2022, 2023 was okay. But 2023 to 24, the last 2 years, it's just been skyrocketed off the map. And I know other counties have done it too. But I'm just saying, we probably end up having to move. I don't want to do that because we're in the former mayor's house. I love it up there, but I just can't afford almost $1,000 increase every single year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Third and final call for public hearing.
Looks like we also have some neighbors in there.
Joy Bertsinger, 600 6th Street Southwest in Orinoco. I do want to thank specifically Jason for bringing down, working towards getting the budget down lower. Even after the council had gotten it down. I know it's hard. There are a lot of requests, so I appreciate that. I appreciate council's diligence in trying to bring it down as well. I just have a question about the EDA. You've heard it before from me. After listening to the last 10 minutes of the December 5th budget meeting, I had some concerns that the EDA may be cut totally. I did reach out to Rebecca Charles, who's on the EDA, and asked her if the fire department can apply for grants through their through the EDA. And she said that yes, they can. And so we reached out to a fire department member who has over the last few years applied for grants. Sorry, I've been dealing with a cold for the last week and a half. And he said that they would welcome and actually love the support of the EDA. So if the council can come to some agreement, if nothing else, to he's hard on the hours, if that's what you need to do, I think it would be advantageous and important for our taxes to possibly have a grant applications for the fire department. Thank you.
So I just want to bring back to the top of everybody's attention what Councilman Spring brought to our attention at the beginning when he asked to move agenda item that you can see on page 5, agenda items 7 and 8 to the forefront. The 3 block that, the 3 that block most things that get brought up, block that again. And I think this was very intentional, so I just want to make sure to speak to this a little bit. And I'm hoping that people will pay enough attention or have enough energy later tonight or tomorrow to go back and watch the video and see what happens in agenda items number 7 and number 8. They specifically don't want you to hear it, so that's why they voted to not talk about it right up front. So you're gonna get tired, you're gonna listen to the tax stuff, you're gonna go home, you're gonna tune out, and you're not gonna pay attention to what happens in 7 and 8. So please go back and watch that. The abuses that our city administrator has taken from the group of 3 here is hard to watch. But it's gonna be on full display again tonight. Things like making him move his office from upstairs to downstairs. You asked about city administrator and using our tax money. Well, he is so abused in his position by the current council members, he can't do his job. They set him up for failure in every move. They won't hire anybody. They're so abusive to staff, our staff quit. He's on his own. So when we talk about tax dollars and where it goes, they won't fund a financial officer for the city, but they want to fund a forensic audit of our finances. I mean, we don't have serious people here. It makes me sad. We make good questions about where our tax money is being spent. You listen to them try to talk about a budget. It's honestly, it's embarrassing and it's sad. Your agenda items on here, we don't want this. You got voted out. You got voted down as mayor. You almost got voted out by a write-in. Collectively, the citizens don't want your agenda. They don't want your agenda. Okay? So please, you guys, pay attention to what happens at the end of this meeting. And you can see what we're really up against.
I think we have one item or one person that would like to speak on the Zoom.
Don't know. The hand went down.
Dan?
Yeah, I don't know, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I don't use this very often. Anyway, I just wanted to complain about the increase in the Orinoco property tax. Went up for me almost 29%, and I'm confused at why it would go up so high. And then my property assessment is the same as last year, and that's about all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. That's nobody else?
No.
Okay. Anybody else here? Third and final call? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 7:02. Great. So first item is a public hearing regarding delinquent water bills. And with that, anybody would like to address the public hearing on delinquent water bills? The people that are on the resolution 2024-47 should receive letters regarding their tax payment going forward on this resolution that would be added to their taxes with the approval of the resolution. So with that, we open the public hearing at 7:03. If there's somebody that would like to speak to the delinquent water bills, that would be the time to come forward. Second call for public hearing for delinquent water bills. Please step to the podium or on Zoom. And third and final call, the public hearing for delinquent water bills. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 7:05, 7:04. Well, resolution 2024-47. City of Orinoco has compiled a list of 10 properties that are delinquent on water payments. The list of parcel properties composed within the resolution. So I make a motion to approve resolution 2024-47.
Second.
And I will add that in the resolution that you have before us, there's a couple of parcel IDs that need to have some IDs that were transposed. We'll take care of that with the final resolution. The addresses are okay, the amounts are okay. It's just an editorial change that will make sure it's corrected before we send the resolution into the county.
Ryan, I have a question. We can do that.
Let's see.
I seconded it.
Yeah, I made motion, Jim Phillips second. Okay, go ahead.
Well, these couple of properties, you know, this parcel number 8, we were talking $2,600 for a water bill. Is that something that, are we shutting the service off, or or is it a vacant home, or what is it? And nobody's paying the bill.
That's the
It goes on their taxes.
I understand
the
that.
property is the
I
junkyard.
understand that, but I don't
That's
want
the
to.
junkyard one, that's
Property is
by
the old
township.
junkyard. That's, yep, that's
Okay, well,
that's by.
we've got-
We gotta stop that off, shut it off, yeah.
Well, we got a couple of them that are over $1,000, and I just wonder, do we keep
Late fees.
supplying water, or is it shut off, or is it late fees? They just continue to run and nobody,
No, it's, you're right, it's in the township and, the history behind it, not very many are aware of that, but that, they were hooked up and so the township has agreed to collect those charges for us.
okay, that's the
Anything
township
else,
one.
Jason? About the junkyard tax, the township being assessed, or taxes being assessed by the township to that property.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. What you said.
But regarding turning the water off, that can be another discussion, but right now we're just making sure that.
I guess my concern would be if they're not paying the bill, why not shut it off and then it just not able to turn it back on until that bill is paid? Or whenever whoever moves in there.
I think that's a good discussion and we can have that later on too.
And Paul, with I think it's the salvage yard or whatever that one is in the township, that one is shut off. It's just fees that have continually billed because they're not paying. When it comes to residential properties, there's laws about shutting them off and just shutting them off, especially this time of year.
I understand the residential
So-
stuff.
But as far as I know, the one in the township there with that specific property, that one was shut off a while ago because we were dealing with that this summer, trying to figure out everything that they were going through and where they're at and how they got hooked up and yeah, but that one is just fees that are just constantly building.
Comments? Other comments? We'll call for the vote, the voice vote.
Mayor Ikorst,
Aye.
Counselor Phillips,
Aye.
Counselor Pendergrass,
Aye.
Counselor Richards,
Aye.
Counselor Spring,
Aye.
That's approved. Next item is our resolution for 2024-49. The budget, approving our final 2025 budget and tax levy. So with that,
I'd like to make a motion to open it back up. There's a couple items in there I'd like to look at.
for the public hearing, we have a public hearing first, sorry, then we'll get to discussion. So we'll open the public hearing at 7:07. Several people have spoken during the public forum. Really recognized if there's anybody else that would like to speak to the budget or to the final budget and tax levy. Let me just give you some background on what's being proposed. So since the preliminary figure was given in September 30th to the county, that was the preliminary figure, that was a 36.7% increase. Various people saw reflected in your proposal for 2025. So what we're proving tonight is a the final budget and tax levy. And through workshops that we've had, numerous workshops that we had before September 30th, and we also had a couple here in early December where we went through everything with the different departments and accounts, committees and everything. We are coming in with a general tax levy of it's $1,553,788.20. And what that is, the summary, it is a 18.3% increase. Get the numbers here. So when the preliminary tax I don't have the preliminary number that was
The preliminary number, Riley,
51.
the preliminary number for which line, which line? The preliminary number for the total levy was $1,768,306. With a raise in cost, raise from the year before, $472,978 increase. At a 36.5% levy increase.
Well, the levy increase is 18.3%. Is what we're proposing in this budget tonight. So it's cut in half from what we had in the end of September. And so that's what we spent work on getting it to this point. So if there's anybody else that'd like to speak to the proposed taxes, please come to the podium or on Zoom.
You know, I've been here, but 18% last year and 18% this year is 36%. So it's better than 30%, 36% one year. I think you're hearing these people say they're getting squeezed, and 18% a year can't be tolerated.
Just wanted to verify that. So what you're saying is our proposed taxes that we got is gonna be cut or increase in about a half then?
That should be, depending if what's approved here tonight, yes.
Yeah. So what you
The city portion.
what you proposed back in September was a lot larger, and now you're saying tonight that it's gonna be about half of what?
Right. The preliminary tax figure that we sent to the county into September, between the end of September through now, we could never go higher, but we always have to bring it down. And so that's what we did with our workshops.
So everybody knows it is online under on the city website, under city departments, finance department. All the proposed budget for this is on there, along with year-to-date actuals through December of city spending for this year for our different funds and the audit information. So we've been working on trying to get more of that stuff online. It just takes time.
No other comments? Close the hearing at 7:00 or 7:11. Good. So our action now is to approve the resolution with what we're proposing. So I make a motion, we approve resolution 2024-49. Second. Any comments regarding what we're proposing, what we've talked about the last two workshops?
Yeah, I think there's a few things that are on there that I think we need to take a look at. One of them is line 17, which is fire state aids for the fire department of 16,200. That's an in and out charge that there is, the state gives us that money back for retirement for the fire people, so it comes in and instantly goes out. It's showing as an expense item that there is on the fire department, but I just wonder, is an in and out that shouldn't even show up. So that's number 17. Number 19, is maintenance agreements that there is with the township. And, I look back at our budget that we had, for 2024. Was we were supposed to be receiving $41,500 from the township. And then I go back to 2023, and the budget at that time for the township was $6,810. And we only received actual $1,322 for all of the first responders that went out. So I was wondering if there shouldn't be more money in the rears that should be due us from the township, even going back to 23 into 24. And looking at the proposed budget for 25, we went from 41,500 down to 24,000, which is, again, I was wondering if we can't get more money out of the township that there is to go along with that to help pay for the first responders.
I believe in our workshops, it was explained to us that the 41,000 was a figure from the previous city administrator, and whatever discussions, we're not sure, but we just know that what Jason has done with talking to the township, I think there is agreement on the 24,000.
Well, that's what we came up with the fires. There's been an agreement yet with them. But it's out there. It's in
Discussion.
Yeah,
Going, okay.
yeah.
But I'm looking at 2023, all we've got from the township is $1,322. You know, and if you look back, you know, we had budgeted 6,800, but the prior years, we were getting, 8,000 and 9,000. All of a sudden in 23, we only got 1,322. There should be some money somewhere that's missing.
I guess in the spreadsheets that we have, we give different spreadsheets for each of our meetings. And then these spreadsheets, the one that we used for the second half of our budget discussions, we had a line for the 2024 budget, we had a line for year to date, we had unused, we had 425 expenses, we have another unused one. And when we're handed this stuff today to look at this stuff, the only line we have is a budget for 2024. We don't have the unused portion. I'd like to know where that is.
Online.
Well, that'll help us decipher where we need to be. It was removed from the spreadsheet.
Wasn't removed. I created a new spreadsheet for the other ones you're looking at.
Okay, you created another spreadsheet. Doesn't change the fact that we don't have that information in front of us for the final proposed, what we've actually used between September and now.
The 24,000 has been.
That's a confirmed number.
What's that?
That's a confirmed number. That 24,000 number.
But it hasn't been approved by the township.
No.
But I was just looking at the difference that we were missing from the 1322 from the 2023 number. We were missing a lot of money that should have come in from the township for back at that date.
Didn't we have a contract for that?
We
That we
do
can
have
go
one.
back to?
I'm sorry.
Shouldn't we have a contract for that we can refer back to
I don't know if we've,
look at what we got?
I've always just seen,
Corrected.
like you see the $8,000 figures in the past. Has been receipts. The only thing is, I don't know if one question is, did we receive everything from 2023 or did we not? We don't know.
Right.
I'm not aware of a signed contract, but that's, I've never seen one, but that's not, say we don't have one. I've never seen it.
So I'm just looking back there, if we go to 2022 and 21-20, go back all the way to 2019, it was $8,000 that we actually got from them versus what came out of 2023.
What are you proposing to do with it?
Well, I would just like to know if there's some money that we should be getting back from township that would kind of help us, no offset of what there is, and then for us again, at that 24,000, I think we need to get a contract with the township. We're gonna get that 24,000. Because we budgeted 41.5 for this year, and we haven't gotten anything from what it's showing for what I've got on my sheet, that there was no income.
You go back to page 123 of 134, which is the revenue expenditure report year to date. Maintenance agreements, 33,632. Year to date, actual is $8,000.
What number is that?
Page 123 of 134, it's in your revenue expenditure
That's
report.
by 123. I see the fire calls. Is that what you're talking about on that one for the $2,905?
It's about a third of the way down on page
What's your number?
123.
33632.
$8,000.
33632.
So that's what we received towards the 41.5. So they've met their commitment for all the years. I don't have the 2023, of course.
So where's the $41,500 budget number come from? Is that something we put in there that
Yep.
we grab it out of thin air, that we got the budget that much?
Either they didn't agree to it. That's what we liked.
Well, it's
We
not,
only got
it's not a
8,000.
budget item, it's a revenue item, excuse me. Be clear.
So that doesn't take care of the 2023.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We have to look at some of the revenue expenditure reports, see what actually happened. For 2024, we got $8,000 like we have in 4 and 5 last year.
So that 24,000, that's not a given number then. If there's
That's
no,
what's being discussed.
if there's no agreement yet, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So is there?
There's gotta be a
Well, the
contract.
township recognizes it,
Does township recognize that number?
well, it's been shared with them. I know the fire department's talked to them, we have talked to them, so.
I just want to make sure it's a shared number. If it's not a shared number, it shouldn't even be on their sheet, so. Or if it's not agreed upon number, it shouldn't be on here. It's not actual money.
And there should be a signed agreement.
It's the best.
Right.
I agree, the contract, I understand that, but
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah, if it's not, we don't have a contract for it, shouldn't be on. That's money we don't have yet, so, or nor an agreement to get it.
it's really no different than the number from building permits. We think we're gonna get 40,000, but we really don't know. It could be 60, it could be 30.
That's always a guess, yeah, that's right, it's always a guess.
So I think it's in the same ballpark as this ongoing discussions that we have with the township.
Well, leave it alone, there's nothing we're gonna do with it.
And that discussion
It's a
takes
new-
place when for the township? My understanding it's later in the year, correct?
Or at the end of the year, so it'll be next year.
Next year. I think you have a valid point
Yeah,
to
Jason-
bring up monies owed from the past.
Jason talked to him
At
before.
least to get to that 8,000.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean,
But, I don't know if that's relevant for
well, I mean,
right now.
and the other, well, we can continue on with other from this point, so. But yeah, it's something that we should be aware of and the residents should be aware of too, that, we didn't get that money from the township, and the amount of service that we did with the first responders is first class, and we should get paid for that.
So I think it needs to be earmarked. I mean, as we saw at the beginning of the meeting, we go after our residents for delinquent bills. This is no different as far as I'm concerned. This should be money coming in.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Then on line 51, we had transfer in from other funds that's coming in, which is $150,000 for payroll support, just so that the residents know that that's coming in from other funds in the city.
What funds is that coming from?
That's coming from our general fund.
For the water sewer.
It's got water and sewer on that one for W/S.
Discussed that 75 comes from water, 75 comes from sewer to make that 150.
And then I'm looking at going back down here. Elections, we zeroed out on that one. Looking at Department 41,500, which is line 122, and I'm looking at the salaries for a person that was, it looks like is up to be hired for a financial person under 123, 124, 125, 126, and 127. Didn't fill those out, but I want to put those on hold. Excuse me?
So what's your rationale for that?
And he said, no, yeah, I'm trying to let him in.
He's not talking to us.
Well, this is kind of council chambers. So.
I don't think so.
Okay. I do.
It's a disruption. It shouldn't happen.
Go on, what's the rationale for your comment about the finance?
Because I don't want to we don't need to have that person in there for this coming year. I think that we can get by with that by having a new clerk. That's got a little bit more of financial experience behind that and use that to replace our deputy clerk. And that way we can save this money that there is off of this position.
I think this has been budgeted for a year now, going into 2 years, and hasn't been filled. I think that this position, as we get later into our discussion about this forensic audit, if we're going to be hamstringing the city's future, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to take that out when we can get clarity moving forward, get things organized a little bit better. That's what that position would be for. Inventorying all of the assets that we have in the building. I think there's a lot of value in keeping that position at least available for us to hire.
Yeah, it's going against the budget that's there. I mean, if you're looking at anything, you know, possibly, you know, you could do it as, I wouldn't even say a part-time. You could maybe do it as a special assignment or bring somebody in, but you know, to have that in there, I'm looking right now, we have a full clerk. The clerk can take care of those positions. So we do the clerk and we do the administrator. That gives us 2, plus you're gonna have an assistant that's in there for administrative assistant. So that puts 3 in the city, which is fine, okay? We were light on what was actually given to the administrative assistant to be able to do this year. You know, and there was a lot of things that she could have picked up that she didn't do. So that's where I think that this could be a cost savings for this year. Off of that, we've gone through the sewer increase and got everything set up that there is in our system. And we also turned around and bought a brand new computer program that there is on top of that, which will take care of a lot of that part of it. So we invested 60,000 in that program.
A computer program doesn't replace. And I think that it really goes without saying that to say that if we can hire these people into these positions, it goes without saying that you're asking a lot of them because they're not here anymore. Right? We don't have office staff anymore.
Well, we're gonna be replacing it, and that's gonna be coming up for discussion, and what goes along with it, and those will be replaced. You know,
For
so,
how long?
well, it should be relatively quick, I think, possibly for the administrative assistant, and the rest of it, they can move pretty quick. I've got some quotes that there are for services that they'll do to find that clerk.
I'm asking, how long are we planning on keeping these people if we're not gonna support them? If we're just gonna continue to ask them to do more and more and more, when
No,
we should
I-
be splitting FTEs amongst duties.
I think that we've had until this last year, pretty good retention that there was behind it, and we had Renee here for a number of years. You know, and that was worked very well up to that point. It's just over the last 9 months that we've had 3 people that have resigned from the city, which needs to be addressed as well, which we're gonna take a look at. But, you know, up in that point in time, we had some good retention. The other thing that there was with the administrative assistants that were here, working with the personnel committee and doing exit interviews, you know, we found some things that were pretty interesting for both of those when they left, but that would be a personnel discussion, you know, and if you want to bring that up, we can, but you know, I think it goes to what was set out to be, which was cross-training that we were trying to do from the very beginning. That really didn't happen the way that it was intended to.
And I think that's really the biggest way we can support. If we get the same number of bodies and we get people in here that have experience and cross-training happens as it should, we should have a team that can support one another. And there should never be one person that knows everything.
I agree with
You know,
that.
I agree with
That's-
that.
that's
why we need a
what we're
team.
saying.
Yeah, but we didn't have a team that there was before. The team didn't exist, and that's where I'm saying we didn't get the cross-training that we had been working on from the first day Jason came in. On trying to get that done, okay, and so it didn't happen.
You're right, we need a team. And the team, as I see it too, it includes a finance person.
Well,
That's what
Have you seen the job description for a finance person?
if it's part of
That's not
what
administrative assistant, that's all financing.
we're looking at, a clerk, which is financing as there is, and Jason's also got the clerk financing, so that would be 2 people that would be in financing. Should be able to handle that without a problem. You know, that's what I'm saying. I think that we don't need to overload and put another person that's in there. I think we need to turn around and get the right person for the clerk. And have the clerk and have the administrator that's in there and have an administrative assistant that can also turn around and pick that stuff up. And I think it's gonna work fine for this year. I mean, we can put it up to a vote if you'd like on what the council agrees or thinks about with that position.
We're looking at a part-time administrative assistant. And to find a part-time administrative assistant to do administrative plus financing stuff, I
think the
can't
clerk-
quite grasp that.
The
I think the
clerk would be doing the financing, okay? The administrative assistant can be doing the billing and collecting the billing and doing that goes along with it, okay? I think our pull for our heavy usage was this past year on putting in the sewer, okay, and getting the billing and all that stuff done. And we made it through that, so we've made it over the hump. And now we're on a steady climb that there is on what we're gonna be doing, so. Again, I don't think we need that extra person, and I think it's a place where we can save money for the residents and bring this down a little bit. And look at it on some of the other things that we really need to find out in the city. You know, on some of these things, and one of them is, and we got the price for the forensic audit to look where some of these other funds have disappeared to, so.
And I think too, if you look at job descriptions, clerk and administrator overlap quite a bit. So I think what we hired the administrator for was to a lot of the finance, because that was the clerk a step up. And that was the rationale behind it. So I like the idea of a full-blown clerk, not a deputy clerk, which would fill the shoes of finance, partner with city administrator, who also has a big piece of finance, and an administrative assistant that we hand reins to, train them, and allow them to get in there and grow and work themselves to a higher position. And do that so they want to stay.
So the budget doesn't reflect hiring a clerk. It's reflecting a finance person and a part-time administrative assistant.
Well, you've got a deputy clerk, which is in line 106 for $91,129. So the deputy clerk, with that amount of money could be considered to be a clerk for what that's being paid. So I agree that it is in there. It's just a difference on the title of a clerk versus a deputy clerk.
Question is whether or not we can find a city clerk that would work for that wage, or hopefully something a little bit more than that needed.
I've been working with a company called DDNA is another one besides SCSC. On working on.
What to do that?
I haven't done anything or signed anything. I'm just looking as a personnel committee of what we have to do to replace things. And so I'm looking in advance, like personnel should be on what needs to be done.
Understand what is out there. What people, are there people in that spot looking for a position? And there are.
So can we put that up for a vote then? Call for a vote on that? Make a motion for a vote?
You're making a motion?
I'm making a motion to vote to hold off on that for 123, 24, 25, 26, and 27. I got a total of $82,918 is what I added up off of that.
What lines are they?
123, 24, 25, 26, and 127.
So state clearly what it is. So you're saying hold off on these positions,
That one position.
that one position with these expenses.
Right,
So there's 5 lines.
yes.
But we're still netting, at the end of the day, we would still have 3 people in City Hall,
Right, we'd have it, that's correct, okay,
which we need.
right.
I agree. I mean, we need the skills, and I think that's the rationale behind city clerk. Because if you think about it, Sandy was here for how many years?
12 or
Running
15,
the show.
something like that. He's here quite a while, I don't know.
We were quite a bit smaller, but if I may make a friendly amendment, that we take some of that and add it to the deputy clerk potential salary. So if we're struggling to hire a clerk for the wages that we've budgeted, we at least have a buffer to get a true clerk in here.
I'll take that friendly
Yeah, I think
amendment, I
that's what
think
we're
that's very good, and I think that.
Does 10,000 sound fair to add to it?
And I was looking at the employee health benefits, that's 12,207, and I don't honestly know the difference in pay between a deputy clerk and clerk, so I would, I think 10,000 or.
Good time to figure the benefits, everything. For every 10,000 in salary, it's another 3,000 or 4,000 for benefits.
Okay,
So
so
we want to just take the
The
12,000.
thing is the deputy clerk already has benefits to it, so you wouldn't need to add all of that to it. You'd only add
But that would give.
15% or something, wouldn't you?
I recognize Jason.
Yes, right, Jason.
So up here, we've got the salary spread. So this full-time staff positions listed here at this, that's where we're getting the 61,000. This is what our deputy clerk was at. And this is the proposed off of that hourly rate, and then you see over here, you have the overtime. So if you want to make an adjustment, I will also say, I've got to find it exactly again, but I remember reading 2025 Minnesota law is talking about we have to, when posting positions, have a hiring range, not an exact salary. So we want to make sure we're understanding that too. So this is just a rough ballpark like Councilman Sprague
So
said.
if we took, say if we took 10,000 off the wages of that other position and added
I think that
to
makes
this
sense.
part of the budget,
I think if we add 10,000 to the wages, then we have to potentially adjust the amount for overtime.
It'll adjust.
So would it be,
I'm just looking for a new hourly rate.
so just 10, adding 10,000, would that be
61,
a 62, so $37 an hour? I don't know if it's a live spreadsheet, but
Yes, it's a live spreadsheet.
I mean, I don't know
If
what
the
our
keyboard
range,
works.
we want to have a range, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And even if it's a little bit high, that's probably
Depending on
okay,
experience, right?
depending on experience.
And that's what the League of Minnesota Cities does. They'll give you a range,
Yeah.
wage
right.
range.
That's what we've
Yeah,
always
yeah,
done.
and we've always watched
I'd
that.
like to err on the higher side of that range.
I think we
That'll
have to.
attract
Yep.
people
I think
with
we
more
have to.
experience, and that's what we've been.
Mhm.
So I just
That's
put
what
in
we've been doing
37
as a
and
practice,
adjusted it
so.
to this.
Yeah.
The overtime.
So the total adjustment.
So you'll
on-
see that the current rate, 31.5 at 65,000,
14,000.
goes up to 76. So it goes up, that's about your 10,000, a little bit more than 10,000 in the salary.
So if we say 15, that'll give us a range,
15,
15,000.
On top of it, which
On
gives us
top.
a, yeah.
okay, so.
That would be. I don't even. I don't know how you want to do the math, but
Well, we know 10,000 is about this,
yeah.
and that's fine. And this is the one that adjusts all the time. We can figure the hourly rate out a little bit later, but yeah, if you want to add, we know 10,000 is about, oh my gosh, this is driving me nuts.
If I'm
Yeah,
saying. that
because you're
if we
looking
could
at,
get-
yeah,
Go down.
so go up to 98. We'll make the adjustment on line 98.
Okay, so that's. Let's just put in here.
You're after.
Should we go up to
Next
40?
line down on elections.
All right,
Budget change.
what do you put you at 86? That jumped it up to 15,000.
It could be at the top of our range or.
Yeah, I think it should be, and it would also take care of whatever we need to do. to
That's
hire
a
somebody.
20,000 range. Let's go
But
let's go
if
up
we
to-
can get somebody in here that has substantial financial benefit, that 20,000 is not, then
Yes,
we're not.
Yeah, and so I was
Right.
looking for somebody that already had that computer experience that there is for the new program that we're working on. And so that's what I've been looking at.
Yeah, Jason showed us a considerable number of cities that are already using that program, so somewhere maybe we can harvest somebody from there.
Again, you gotta realize this 86, this has the overtime hours included.
Well, yeah, and so
And I would hope.
hopefully we can cut
overtime
down
is-
on the
is
overtime
gonna
too,
come
because
down
that
Based on
would,
experience.
yeah.
It's just one of those things we're budgeted for, because we're gonna start paying it out each pay period. So instead of doing these lump sum payments during the
Right,
end of the
because
year,
we've been paying at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, getting big
Comp time
hits.
stuff.
Yeah, it kills it, yeah.
this will help us keep better track of the hours everybody's
What's the lump sum payment you talking about, Jason?
Their comp time,
Gotcha.
that the staff, the employees get for overtime.
Suppose that'd be better off if we pay that out quarterly?
We have to pay it out with every paycheck, so and we're planning, okay, you get about 75 hours of overtime is what we're looking at. This is the first year, so we gotta kind of see where we're at and what's going on.
The state shoves some other requirements at us too.
And I think
Yeah, and
too, with that range, the council would also have the ability, because I know we talked about it with Kane's position, is to flip it to salary, and that would likely make it more enticing too, and likely bring down overtime too.
As long as it gives us some flexibility on experience
Right.
and
Well, we were a little bit higher this year too, because we ended up taking care of everything over 330 hours of PTO that was accrued for a number of years at the first part of this year. And we maxed it that would be the start point at 330 hours. So, you know, that was the hit that we took at the first part, but we brought that big amount down. So it wasn't quite that amount that we were paying, you know, for the people that were on for a long time, because I know Kane had a lot of hours that were in there prior, right? How many hours did you have? Quite a few. So, but that was also the first part of this year that came off of this budget.
So we're,
The other question I have on 142.
hold on, I want to read the
Yeah.
salary stuff.
Okay, let's
We have
solidify
a
this.
motion to. take care of it.
Okay. That's right, the motion's on them, so we have to vote on the motion.
Or do you do, Jason?
Well, I just wanna, so this is, we're okay with this, and under the deputy clerk, we can rename this stuff later.
Hmm.
But under the deputy clerk, we've got the new salary adjusted with the overtime of 86. And we put on here for the salary spread, $40 an hour, which is what I used in the equation for the other one, which is, I'll play with this one, forget it, right? But this is the number we're looking at keeping here. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, hold on. This has got the increase of,
That's a new position.
yeah, it's a new position, so let's just go with that. What was that, was there's the, I was like, why are those numbers not matching? Okay, I'm gonna take this off here.
It's hard for me to see. It's like 86.
83.2, there we go, now our numbers match. There we go, 83.2. So this is not including the overtime of 45. So then we need to. I'll get that in there, this is gonna be another $4,500 on top, so you're looking at 87.7 is gonna be the total. I can get my mouse to move.
It's about $44,000 bottom line from 91,129 to 115,480. There's a range in that, I guess.
There we go. Yeah. And when it comes to hiring, we can look at the range and the salary and stuff. This is just a placeholder report.
You already done with that?
That,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, and then, go ahead.
I would like to go to the snow and ice removal.
Oh, sorry, Paul, we're not, I just wanna, now we gotta finish off the second half. of
Oh, we gotta do the,
this. Zeroing these out,
Okay,
is that what council's agreeing on or wanting?
Well, we have a motion for this, so maybe we should just vote on the
the
motion.
vote on the motion.
We have a motion to remove the proposed finance salary and change the deputy clerk to a city clerk, which changes the deputy clerk bottom line from 91,129 to 115,480. With that considers a range in there. That's the general budget what we'll work with.
are we gonna rename it a clerk?
We can do that at the time of hire.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later on, what we're doing.
Make a motion to do that.
You have a motion.
I get a motion on there right now. for the approval.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose? It's approved. Yeah, there's a different, department number for clerk too. I don't know, we don't have it here, but we'll make those changes.
Next one that I had was, line 142 on technology expense at, 42,000. I believe that we've already paid for the 2025, fees for the BSNA, if I'm not mistaken, against the CIP funds.
What line are you on?
142. So I think that can be cut down to,
That was cut down from the 80,000 when BSNA was under there. Sorry, I didn't take the BSNA off of there. So that was already cut in half from this preliminary of 80 something thousand.
The 13,000 for the BSNA for 2025 was already paid, right? Or 11,000, whatever that number is.
that was the majority that came out for next year off of that. But
There was the initial payment and then we'll have another payment. There's a big one that was supposed to come out of the CIP, but the yearly costs. I'd have to go back without getting proper notification of asking about this before, and I don't have the breakdown in front of me exactly.
Right, but we already paid it for 2025, correct?
Yes. Because that came out of CIP, I
Yeah.
believe.
No, we paid 2024. 2025 will come in 2025, and that was voted to come out of CIP.
That was out of the CIP,
Twenty
correct?
twenty-four was on CIP.
2024 was? I thought that was,
2025. Is that when the big
2025 was
one-
CIP, that was the big one, yeah.
The big one is the second. Payment out of that.
So I'm just trying to figure what else fits in there to total 42,000, that's, I struggle with that number.
And don't have that in front of me if they've been asked like.
Because if we were looking at 2023 actual was only $7,318. And it was 8,000 in 2022. And it was zero from those going out later than that off of it. So it's the 7,000 to 7318 to 40,000 was a huge jump from 23 to 24. We're trying to watch expenses and what there is here for the residents. I'm just thinking that that's a place we could save some money.
You look at your expenditure report to the back of the packet, page 125 to 134.
So let me go there, okay.
You can see that we spent $43,594 year to date on a $40,000 budget.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we could have put in there that I don't know if they needed to be, again, it's like, do we just keep adding every year and make, everything go up? So what was the number? What page were you on that one?
Page 125 of 134. 42,798. Technology expenses year to date is $43,594.78. We budgeted 40,000.
So we had computer and internet expenses. Is that what you're looking at off of that one on the 42798?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we don't need to buy computers every year that goes along. So if we invested that in this past year, then we should be fine for next year. So.
Ready for the next two.
Yeah, so when I know that we turned around and I don't know how Public Works came out, but they ended up getting 4 computers, Kane? Yeah, I got 4 computers that were a part of that too, that he's gonna be doing again for next year. So that's where I'm just thinking that might be a little bit high, that we might be able to say, even if it goes down to 25.
Right.
I think that gives you more than enough, and that would give us another $15,000 in savings.
Can I make a recommendation since, with this, there was the talk about the CIP, just using this instead of the majority of this for this to cover that instead of using the CIP funds, which was, I was advised after the fact by our finance advisor that the CIP is supposed to be mainly reserved for the water sewer stuff. And so instead of trying to dig more into that to pay for the BSNA stuff, use these funds to cover that.
Well, the CIP is capital improvement, and I'm looking at what there is and the way the discussion went last time, it's the same thing as a piece of equipment that needed to
It's
be done
hardware.
for the city. And so I understand the water and sewer, and we can get into to that part that there is behind it, but I think that we're gonna be fine, and we're putting in another $130,000 again this year back into the CIP, which maybe we need to look at differently. But I think we're gonna be fine with the sewer, so I just think that we should turn around and keep that the way it was done, the way it was already voted on. And turn around and cut this 42 down to, maybe say 25,000.
So we're covering all of our technology expenses in this line item with Bevcom, onsite, Diligent, Adobe. There had to be some onsite activity with two new employees coming on. So there is
What are
gonna be
we talking
expenses.
about?
But 25,000 is a lot of money to be able to put on there for onsite. That's a lot of money.
I
I'm
mean,
not
that's
saying you do that.
creating
I'm just
their
saying there's a lot of aspects that go into technology, and we don't want to cut that short either.
Well, no, I just think that we've put more than what we should in there. I'm just saying that I think we should have that, let's see, I'll go up, I was gonna say 20, I'll go up to 25.
Why did you bring this up in earlier workshops?
We did bring it up, but
We
the
did.
thing that there is, it was a workshop, and you couldn't do anything else for making any amendments that there were when it was a workshop.
We weren't-
So-
we
Discussed
weren't
it,
allowed to
though.
make-
Lowered a lot of stuff. This was originally.
Yeah, I'm just looking
$80,000.
at some other stuff that we can do to lower some of this stuff to kind of help the residents here for what their tax burden is.
And
Nobody
we
was
didn't
allowed
see
to
what
make a
it did
motion
to-
in the workshops.
Right, and we didn't see what it did to bottom line in the workshop. It wasn't reactive.
We didn't see an 18% number the day we did I appreciate Jason bringing it here so we could work with it tonight.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
Really, this is no different than what happened last year.
It's exactly the same.
What's that?
I watched last year's.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same, but again, with the workshop, you can't make these changes.
Well, we did make these
You
changes.
can make consensus.
We can.
Well, I'm
We
just,
we dropped this from 80,000 to 42.
I'm still saying I'm looking at this and I think that we can have some cost savings if there is on there.
And I think our residents would appreciate it,
Yep.
you know,
I think it was suggested, but it was overrode. Leave it at that.
suggested what?
It was suggested to go lower than that, but it was overrode. Leave it alone. Now, where do you want it? What number are we
I'm
going?
gonna go to 25
So what?
for 142.
There's gotta be a motion.
And make a motion for line 142 to be 25,000 for technology expense.
Second,
I'll second.
any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I want to go to line 274, ice and snow removal. Whenever like to cut the budget, when it comes to that, we have $52,082 left over from the 2024 budget. We have about 8 days left or so here, or 15 days left of the month. We don't think we're gonna use that. We might use part of it. I'd like to, so that money's already in the checkbook. So with our $75,600 budgeted amount for the 2025 snow removal budget, I'd like to use this $52,082 we already have in the checkbook and just add the 23, whatever the actual number is. This is ice and snow removal 274 through 280.
Are we moving that far quick? I just got some other
So
stuff.
I don't know if there's other stuff in the meantime.
Yeah, there is.
I think it's
You want to go to that, we got to come back. I want to get back into the fire department, so.
it's a $52,000 item that's gonna really help change some of our numbers. That's why I wanted to go over.
Oh, that was again, what was it,
2.7.
It was line 274 through 280.
So exactly what are you proposing, Paul?
I'm proposing to use the 52,082 that's already in the bank, and we get last year's leftovers, the remainder. That was in our preliminary budget papers, it showed that number.
Isn't that the money that was supposed to be allocated to buying a salting truck?
They're two different things.
That's another topic.
Another topic.
This is money that was budgeted last year for ice and snow removal. It didn't get used for it, so it should stay in the kitty for the ice and snow removal for next year. And I just want to add the difference of what we already have versus what we budgeted. We budgeted 75,600 for it. And that's for the two items altogether. We used 52,082. So then I just want to add 23,518 to the budget.
So these budgets, every year, you try to pull money ahead into the next year. So, but every year, these budgets are based on tax property money that we get for the year and how we use it.
I understand that. We did not use it for snow removal. It should still be in the bank. And all I'm saying is we didn't use it for snow removal. We should still have it in the bank, still be in the checkbook. The only thing we should have to do is add this other number to what we already have tagged for snow removal. No reason to add whole $75,600 when they can get by for 23.
So, Paul, if I may.
Yeah.
I talked with Mike Bubani a little bit about this, and I'm gonna redo his explanation
Okay.
about some of these, what you're talking about, basically. And he says, one of the most heavily scrutinized funds by potential lenders is when the city is pursuing a financing. Lenders like to see ending balance of general funds stay stable from year to year, perhaps even grow slightly. If we allow reserves to build and then dip due to spending unspent funds from prior years, it makes it look chaotic to lenders. So that's where his concern is from the financial side, is if we're saying, oh, well, we're just gonna kind of take the money from this year and use it next year, and you're gonna start seeing those dips and waves. And if we need to get money from lenders like we did with the fire truck, they look at that and go, wow, the city's not stable because they're doing things like that. So just food for thought.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand their concern. But when we have 52,000 left over from last year, it shouldn't just get put on the bottom line of the checkbook and just be in the kitty and not be used for what it was originally intended
So
for.
if you're looking at that extra 52, and then you look at the CIP fund and wanted to put in 130, then you're actually putting in 180 in the CIP fund. And so, I mean, there's a point where we have capital improvements that should be used for what we have with the city. And I think cities pull from that as they do improvements. I think that's a normal growth with a city, that if you have a cost, it's gonna come out. So it's the reality of what there is as you get more equipment that there is in the city. So you're gonna be dipping into the CIP fund. And I would love to have Mike turn around and have a discussion with everybody in the council so that we can ask him some of these questions and talk about it instead of just being, you talking to Mike instead of the rest of us being aware of this, because the council is the one that makes the decisions of what goes on financially too. We're responsible for this.
Well, I think there's a practice we want to try and, I see this as a bad practice for the reasons that Jason has shared with us, that we this becomes a slippery slope. If you start looking at taking this approach to, well, we've, you know, Public Works got some money left over here. Well, let's move it over to the next year and let's go down here to the fire department. Let's move that money over. And all of a sudden we are seeing these, and I think it's just a very poor practice to start doing that. Yes, there's money left. Yes, there's money we didn't spend.
So how
But
much?
we got our taxpayer property taxes for the next year to work with. And that's what we're doing here.
But I mean,
But they're
there's still,
going out. That's the thing.
there's
Yeah.
funds that are left over every year, but we don't know what those funds are. I mean, that's kind of where we're wondering is, what is it even from years past? Nobody's telling us what that number is. And I think it's right for us to know, you
It's in
know?
your packet. It's in your packet. If you look at that packet number, it shows you 800 and some $1,000 in our general fund. Included in that is my understanding, that's the CIP and the general fund. That's not CIP dedicated, so we know what it is.
But that's not CIP. CIP is separate from that.
It's within that dollar figure though. We only have 4 accounts. There's no 5th account like.
That's under what line, Ryland, in there?
Page 122. Right now, City of Orinoco available balance in our packet shows $850,539, and that's what we have in our, that's our 100 fund, is my understanding.
So did we, I had a question on that. Did we get the check from the county for the taxes? Is that why these two numbers are from last
So
month?
the 800, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did $850,000 balance. That is that we did receive the December check from the county. So we have $850,000 to work with until we get the next check in 1st of July.
So the 1st of July and the last of the year is when we
We
get
get the
both.
other 60 months to get.
I just verifying because we're up, 220,000 on that account. And we're up $250,000 on the other account. I just want to make sure that's where those numbers come from. The November budget said we had 768,000 in one, and now that account says we got 1,068,000 in it. Just want to make sure that's where that.
We have in our packet all the checks.
Yep,
that we
that's okay.
Sent, invoices, everything.
That's okay. I just verified where with the numbers there.
So it's all there in front of us every month.
We look at it
I can
every
see-
month as well.
I can see reducing that 50,000. If you look at years 2019, 2022,
Say that-
2022 is 32,000.
Ryland, would you say that again? What you said to do?
You can reduce that.
Reduce what?
It's a $50,000 figure in our budget proposal.
Okay,
If we reduce it, say 40,000. And if we look at the ice or sanding, ice and snow removal, lower the 50,400 to 43,000, and take the sanding and reduce that down to, well, it looks pretty good. Look at 2023 is 23,6. 2022 is 23,9. 2019 was 23,2.
I'm not saying it doesn't look comparable to what we did in years past. Last year was an exceptionally different winter and we didn't use it.
Sure.
so you're looking at taking $10,000 out, Ryland, on line 280?
Yes, I would propose that.
Okay, well, it's split up, so 278 and 290 make up 280. So where do you want them coming from? Five from each?
Let's just take the snow and ice and do the 50 and knock that down to 40 and leave the sanding where it is, and that way it'd be easy adjustment that there is.
So we're only taking,
44.
so we're only taking 10,000 of that instead of 50.
Right, so I make a motion, we change
Wow.
278 from 50,000 to 40,000. Ice and snow removal.
Second.
Who seconded that? Yeah, good, thank you.
Why wouldn't we cut it deeper?
I think we should.
Well, I don't know why we wouldn't cut it deeper.
I don't either.
Yeah.
They're only taking 10,000 out of a $50,000 difference.
Because we're on contract with them and if
Well, we're on contract,
whatever happens.
we're on contract with them. That doesn't mean that we didn't send them that money all for 2024. You're only sending him the money that he bills you for. I understand the contract thing. The money's already in the checkbook at that point.
If we need to
Yeah,
use
that's-
it, we need to use more of it, it's there.
Well,
Right.
Well, you got $52,082 left in the checkbook from the 2024 budget that was not used.
And
It's sanding money. If that's the case, use it for 2025.
Right.
It's not a problem. I'm not saying cut anything other than, why would you budget that again? Why would you put $104,000 in a line when you don't have to? Because you're basically doubling this money.
My understanding is unused money from this year goes into our funds.
What fund?
The 100 fund,
Well, yeah,
General
it's your
fund?
bank account, yeah, it's your general fund.
right,
Well,
so
yeah,
it's
all
staying
in
in
the-
the checkbook, and if we cut it and we actually need it, we're gonna have to pull out of the 100 fund to pay for it anyway, right?
Exactly.
So we're looking at what next year, or we're gonna need for this stuff.
My point is, this is 2025 we're dealing with. My point is, this is already in the checkbook. And why would you add more than the difference you need to bring up to that 75,609?
Because the 2024 money goes to the,
It hasn't been, I don't care where it goes. It's in the checkbook. It's in the general fund. That's where the checks come from, is the general fund. When they pay the bills, that's where they come from, correct?
it still adds to the bottom line.
right,
You know, one way or another, it's adding to the bottom line. And it's raising the taxes. I think we should cut it a little bit deeper. I don't necessarily say 50,000, but it is still.
Motion for 40, so
We had an actual use in 2019 at 43. Just for ice and snow. So it is very realistic to spend 40 and go over. Had some light years.
Yeah, that's for one line, and the other line is pretty comparable already too, so
okay, so
you're talking
that's-
two lines there.
Yep.
But between the two of them, there's 52,000 that wasn't used.
the motion we have is to lower the 50,000 to 40,000. Any other comments?
I think it should be lowered to 25,000. At
I make that as a friendly-
a minimum.
I make it as a friendly motion.
Make a friendly amendment to Ryland's motion of the 10,000, make it 25,000. To drop it by 25,000.
Well, that's the lowest of any 5 years we've had, so I really just don't think that's.
Maybe you're missing my point.
Well, I got your point. I
My
think
point's
you're
already,
missing my
already in
point.
the checkbook. Okay, whatever. Okay. Move along.
So the motion we have is. So that was a friendly amendment to 25 or leave it at
To
40?
take 25 off of it instead of 10.
Going to make that line item then, which would be item 278, line item, make that instead of 50,400 to 25,400.
But that's taking the principle. What you're saying is that we used money from last year.
Yep. It's in the bank.
But that's a poor practice.
But we still have to.
That's a poor practice.
I don't think it is. I don't think watching your pocketbook is poor practice. I would venture to say anybody watching this discussion online is probably laughing. And I wouldn't blame them because I can't see anybody in this audience that would say, hey, I got an extra 50 grand, just here, do this.
But you can't do that. For the reason our financial planner told us what we should be doing and not doing. And once you do it here, it's a setting a precedent that's a very poor practice. I understand what you're saying. You can do it with your personal checkbook. That's great. But a city budget is a lot different. We have taxpayer money every year that we use, we budget, we use.
Okay, do what you want to do with it. I'm just pointing it out so the public sees that we're not using their money. So it was intended for. I really do believe that.
So I won't accept your amendment. And we'll leave it at 40,000. For the rationale and for the reasons that we're using to keep above table budgeting process.
I don't think there's anything below
Oh,
table
no.
All in
of
favor?
that,
There's nothing
so
below.
I don't believe that below table,
No.
so above table, I don't like that
I think
comment.
that's transparency.
Exactly what it is.
All in favor of the $40,000 figure, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No,
It's approved. Okay. What was the next item?
Okay, so that was 40,000 or 40,400, just 1,000 off. Just want to make sure I get the right number in here.
It's 40,000
it was to
for,
reduce it by 10,000, I think.
that's 40,000 for. Let's go back, we jumped ahead.
I just want to take a second. I'm gonna go down to the bottom here so everybody can see where we're at online with our current adjustments. So we're down to a levy increase of 12.1% with a tax rate increase of 4.4% so far.
Yeah, I wanna go, fire department. We'll start at line, 188. And I had made note on line 192, we had an in and out, and that's from the state that pays us for, the fire, for what they have for retirement.
Is that the revenue line you talked about?
That's revenue line, it's in and out for the 16,200. I don't think that should be in there as an expense. One 192.
I think it's good to leave it in there for the purpose, it is an in and out, and we have good documentation from year to year. It doesn't affect the bottom line, stays the same. But it's a good record we have over.
If we have a revenue, we have to have an expense, so where would the expense go?
Well, again, I'm looking at it. We put it someplace, however you want to do it. I'm just saying, I just want to make note of that's not that they're spending that money, the state gives it to us and it takes it out right away.
The point is that
Not really an expense that the fire department is using. Okay, it goes into what it is for their, retirement fund.
So it's not falling on the taxpayer.
Is that, yeah,
Is what
it's,
you're
it's,
saying.
yeah, it's just, it's out and it's gone. So in reality, should we have it as a revenue coming in? I don't know if we should look at it as a revenue coming in if it's going out. You know, for that part behind it is you'd put it on their expenses.
Well, you almost have to show it as revenue coming in, because it's coming into the city somewhere.
For documentation purposes.
Somewhere it's coming in.
But I'm just saying, it's not like the fire department is spending that money.
so if your point is that their budget shouldn't reflect that $16,000
Right.
that are you proposing that, what are you proposing, I guess? 'Cause
Well,
we-
it just shouldn't show it in there as being part of it, and it goes along too with a couple of the things that I'm looking at. But we'll look at that one in particular first, and then we'll go to the next one, which is line
Well, see,
208.
the difference between line 17 and 188, or 192, excuse me, Is it says it's Minnesota State 2% for retirement, but it's not clear, that's not clarified on line 17. Somewhere line 17 should totally reflect that money.
That can be added.
What's that?
It can be added.
I think that's the answer to that, is that needs to be clarified right here. Where the money comes in where it should go.
Really, we can make that change. I think we can make that change.
What line was that?
Line 17,
The description on line
line 17 and line 192.
192. Add that to line 17 description. Minimum. Admin state 2% for retirement. Please add that to line 17 description.
But it's still, okay. The other one that I'm looking at is, for General Equipment Fund 208. $45,000 and, that's a truck lease payment. That should be coming out of the CIP funds because that is a capital expenditure that there is for that truck. And, I make a motion that, for that amount for the 45,000 and 38 off of the truck, being taken out of the CIP, and that we also turn around and develop a CIP fund for itself for the fire department for that 45,000 to be able to be used in the future, so that we're developing a fund that there is for them for new equipment down the road, and also for whether it be the packs or for fire equipment that we need, because we need a new tanker. We need some of these coming up down the road. We got to start a fund for them.
So, okay, you talk about using it for a fund for them, I guess
So in other words, the 45, I think, should come out of our CIP fund that we have right now for capital equipment, because it's capital equipment. And then for the 45 that's in the budget right there, to have that be put into their own CIP fund that's earmarked as fire.
I like that as a clarifying question, if I may. So you're saying take the 38,000 off of here.
Or the 45, well, we can take the 30.
38,000 for the truck payment,
Okay,
for the truck payment, the 38,000 off of there. And then next year, that 38,000 will come out of our 425 account. And then take that money that's there and let them create their own CIP account.
right.
So we're gonna double spend the amount, truck payment amount?
We're just putting it, yeah, it's basically, we're putting that back in so that they've got that to have. Because otherwise, we're not building that fund, and we got caught with the air packs this time around with it, with that part of it, and trying to do it, because the air packs are gonna expire in 5 years. And so somehow we've got to start building some of that up to be able to handle that expense that's there.
So if you look at the letter, I don't think it's in your packet. Jason sent out a letter on December the 11th, which included the 425 fund. And if you look at that 425 fund, we have a fire department capital outlay. Equipment that's where all the equipment is purchased from. This year we spent, within that capital outlay year to date, we spent $154,828.91. In the previous years with engine number 1, that's where we paid fire department for the engine number 1 out of. So there is an account already set up to cover capital outlay. And within that, at the top of the sheet is our pull tab donation or revenues. And within that is pull tab donations. And this year it's been year to date through end of November, I think it's $10,045.74. So there is an account where revenue comes into the capital improvement or pull tab donations. And there is a fire department capital outlay that all the equipment, and this is what we've used in the past to cover all of the fire equipment, engine number one, and any other pieces of equipment, the first responders vehicle, some of that outfitting.
Well, then what we'll do is we'll just make a note that, that amount of money goes into the 425 fund. And have it be put into the 425, so that we at least know where it's at. You know, so we can account for it.
Well, the 38. Okay. So there's a question of, I guess I understand what you're asking for, and I think from an accounting purposes, it would be better to just reduce the 45,000 here to $7,000 for other
But
unusual expenditures.
yeah, but I want
Because the
to,
CIP money's all, CIP, when the fund comes out in January, that'll come from the CIP now.
but I want to build that fund, which is only fair for the fire department, that's earmarked for fire. Okay, because right now it goes into general and we don't know where it goes, even so you say it's on a 425. For us watching this, it's the first time that I've really seen the 425 to this degree in the 3 years that I've been with the council. Okay, which is a little bit of transparency that goes along with it. I just want 100% transparency. But I think it's good for them to have that earmark, to have another 38,000, if that's the case, to go back in. If we want to do it the 425, that's fine.
I'm just saying the 425 in its current existence will take care of that. If we take it out of the budget, we got to pay it out of the CIP, and then we come out of this capital outlay fund that's already in existence. And that's where pull tab donations have been going into, and all the expenditures that came out for outfitting it this year.
We gotta get the fire department that's there on this. You want to comment on anything that there is in the audience over there with Dan, or what your comments are on this?
I think like you said, Jim, the 38,000-ish that is for the payment. Capital improvement versus having it in our budget. I think it'd be great if we saw that general equipment go though from our 4,500 last year to 7,000 this year. That'd be excellent. I think we could all agree that it would be great if we could do two things. One, make sure that we are saving for every year for, bigger purchases. So maybe our normal budget can stay more flat. And then we can pull out of that fund. And two, we definitely want to see the ins and the outs of that 425 fund, where our pull tab and other money is kept. So we know what's in there.
So we're okay by pulling the 38 for the CIP and go that direction. So just want to leave it that way, or do you want to leave where we're trying to put that 38 also back into the fire fund for future that there is for CIP fire fund?
No.
Jason's scratching his head.
I question, because again, this, whether you're pulling it out of here or pulling it out of the 425 account, it's still the $38,000 is coming from the same pot in my head. So I'm trying to understand why I moved around. At least here, we've got it line item in the 100 fund. Everybody can see, yep, truck payment's gonna come out of here. It still gets them to 7,000, like, we know right where it's coming from. I don't have a problem with them building up before their own CIP account. And where I think that would come in from my side is to create a physical account, checking account for them with their own, where we can transfer funds into that versus saying, oh, we're just gonna put it in our 425 account. I think we're trying to move too many pieces, whereas here it stays as the line item budget. It's seen by everybody. It's on our general. It's in every month. It's there. It's visible. And so when it comes out, that gets seen right away. And then, like I said, if they want to start donating or putting in things and putting into this account, we can create a separate bank account under the city to say, okay, you gave us 10,000, it's gonna go in the 425 on ours and get moved into that bank account.
But I'm looking
That
at
makes
more of the
sense.
38, and I make sense on what you're trying to do, because I'm just trying to isolate it so that they can work with that. They're very good on how they control their own funds and how they watch their stuff. But I don't think that, you know, having it come out of their budget, I think that 38,000 is gonna come out of the CIP instead of out of their budget.
Will it still be coming out of their CIP budget is my thing, so it's still coming out of their.
Our CIP, or if you wanna look at it.
Okay, well, you were saying create their own CIP, so that's why I'm confused is, so it's still coming out of the city's budget because we are the fire department as the city. It is our budget as a city. And so it's still the taxpayers' budgets, taxpayers' money, so that's where to me, this is more transparent, having it in their line item expense in their 100 account, which is why it was put here. So that way people can see that side of it. That's my thought.
Guys, fire department, Dan?
You've heard our opinion.
Where would you propose a 38,000 line item go as an expense?
Well, I would reduce the 45 to make it with, take that 38,000 out of there.
I believe we still have to show that we're gonna spend 38,000 on the truck somewhere. Whether it comes out of CIP or the budget or in creating an additional line that says 38,000 for the truck coming out of CIP.
Well, let me ask a question. Well, when we buy a pickup for Public Works, what fund do we take that out of? Public Works fund or we take it out of the general fund?
Comes out of the CIP, so Public Works we spent. It's 47,795 out of CIP.
Right, but I'm just saying, where's it come from? So if it's coming out of the CIP fund for the Public Works and Fire Department, same thing, probably should be coming out of there also.
Paul, that's typically done because CIP is supposed to be like a one-time purchase fund,
I
so
understand that.
it's usually those bigger funds, those bigger purchases, not meant to be a lease payment over 10 years. It's meant to say, okay, we saved up $300,000, let's go buy this fire truck for $300,000. So that's why you're seeing those truck payments from, you know, like Kane coming out, it's just the one-time purchase of the new vehicle.
And we had a choice of doing that last year or to do it this way, which is where we did it on the lease instead of paying for it, which we could have last year too. Well, I make a motion that, that $38,000 gets paid by the CIP. As
That's,
capital
I mean, that's your
improvement.
motion you had earlier.
Oh, yes.
Who seconded that? I didn't.
Did it? I'll second it. I thought it was.
Oh, I thought it was secondary.
I thought you did, Chip.
So that reduces this number to 7,000.
So just to be clear, you know, we're not saying we're not gonna pay the fire department the lease payment. When we took out the, back in February, when we purchased the lease agreement, it was 38.5, I think, for 7 years.
We're not paying
That's
it.
right.
If we're not paying it, who is?
So
CIP is paying it, the city's paying it.
So that would leave, instead of 45, that would leave us at 7,000. Is that right?
6,500, right? 38,500, you said.
6,500.
7,000.
7,000.
38 to 45.
What was the truck payment?
37 and some change.
7,000.
So where are we moving at 38 to? Is that?
6,500.
That's not on here, the CIP fund.
At least 6,500, right?
7,000, built that 7,000 from 37 and almost 38 for the truck payment. What would be 37, or it would be 7,000.
7,000.
And then, yeah, and I'd still like to work for us to develop a CIP or bank account for the fire department on that.
I think that's a really good goal for the beginning of next year.
But for this motion, we're just gonna reduce that from 45 to 7,000.
Correct.
Any other comments? Seeing all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Okay. Anything else?
Okay, we're gonna go over the packs, which is 217. We'll do that in that other, part of our packet. For the packets, that's for the air packs, for the Scott program, that's a separate thing we have in our packet that we have for the city council packet.
Before you do that, let's see where we're at for locally here.
Okay, so that's, sorry, I'm just trying to get this mouse to work. This is a problem. Okay, so that's 7,000 and that 38 was going to CIP
It just goes off of the.
or just removing it, not moving it to the CIP.
That's-
Just removing it and just, we're gonna take 38 back out of the CIP. Okay, I'm gonna mark. What is this? Expenditure for fire truck, so we know.
Capital outlay.
I'm just making quick notes.
So what about the scuba packs? Okay, back to Scott. Scott, air packs.
Yeah, well, the Scott Air Packs, we're discussing that under city council for what there is for how we're paying for the used equipment that there is. And that's one Jason did separately, so we can discuss that at that time. And it says for purchase used gear locally, which is the 8,000.
Yeah. What are you saying?
Well, again, we found a way to do it. I think that was outlined in specifics that Jason did, right? Jason, off of that, so we can discuss at that time.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that should take care of that part of it.
I know in the workshop, we jiggled some numbers around to cover a bunch of what.
And I think that was laid out pretty good in our packet,
In
in our council packet.
oh, gotcha. So are we done there? Is something we're talking about or what?
I think we're done with that part of it,
Well, I'd like to.
right?
Oh,
I was looking for Dan or Yo right there for the air packs.
I think we said that, in the workshop, we said that we'll use a 22
Right,
something, 22 and change this year,
mm-hmm.
and then 8 from next year, and then we needed to come up with another 6. Like that.
Yeah, you had 22,549 is what didn't get used for the
Right.
that grant thing.
Right, so that's
The
this year,
grant
right?
Share stuff. That's what you're gonna use for currently. Okay,
so that covers you guys, right?
We still need that, we still need an extra 6, but we said that we would take it out of a different fund from 2024.
Could you come to the podium, please? Just- your
Sorry.
comments recorded.
Right, oh, sorry. Okay, so in the workshop, I think we talked about using the 22.5 from this year, right? We're working our way to 36,000. Or 40,000. And we were gonna use 8 in 2025, right? So now we're at 30,000. And then I believe we talked about using $10,000 out of the full tabs or 10% money. So that would get us to that $40,000.
So that covers your packs for this year.
That covers the packs for the next 5 years,
5 years, yep.
For 5
you know, but we have to build up to be able to replace those packs in 5 years.
Well, these are used packs, but
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. We'll talk about it later if you get something started for.
Well, that's what I wanted to do, the fire
Yeah,
CIP fund that we'll be able to put in there that they can, you know, start working with.
Not only that, it's radios, turnout gear. There's quite a few things that could be used for that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
That would be a
Expensive.
Yeah, I mean, the pagers are really expensive, $1,000 for a pager. Okay, first responders, are you okay with everything on first responders that we had?
Yep.
Yeah, everything, okay, that takes care of that, but I just want to make sure we're. Okay.
I'd like to go to line 267's public work stuff. But they, these aren't broke down by each division like the office is. Well, the office staff is broke down by each position on the budget. This is all one big lump, but I'd like to reduce that to 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time.
Right, those are the 3 current employees plus the new employee replacement.
No, three full-time. And then when we bring somebody on later on this year, that'd be a part-time person that worked through the summer or.
permanent part-time.
Well, that's,
Permanent part-time.
I understand, what yeah, that's, you know, the
Permanent
probably won't
part-time.
start till February or March, but,
Right.
you know, but it's a full-time equivalent, so.
Well, I'm just looking, because we had put 4 in there because we were working with the sewer. And that was the whole reason behind the 4th person was for the sewer. And that's not happened.
No, I'm not talking about 4
We'll have-
full-time people. I'm talking about 3 full-time and
There you
1
go.
part-time.
That's minus
Part-time
1.
is for the, cleaning here and
That's
there.
for Ezra to clean.
Ezra, yeah, for
Exactly.
cleaning here, he's the part-time
For in
person.
here. I get that.
So,
I don't have a
yeah,
breakdown.
there have been a lot of hookups, but there's still some hookups left. And it's just that overall, we get back into the warm season and we're not hiring any seasonal people. That's the plan. So the idea is that we just replace it to get to full staff, what we had at the end of the year. We're just posting that position.
Yeah, I don't think that position needs to be filled early. I mean, I can go all the way back to almost May to save the money that there is this year because, you know, you don't need to have a person there during the winter time that's sitting inside not doing anything. So I think
I
that,
don't know if that's the correct analogy there, but that's.
I think we can save some money off of it is what I'm trying to get at. Is there a breakdown that there is on that position? Jason, that you had on the,
Yeah, it shows no breakdown for public
Look
works.
at the salary spreadsheet.
So there's no way to.
Yeah, we can get the mouse to work. Give me a second. Look at Caleb's position.
Line 20.
Yeah.
yeah, so we're not gonna put in line 17, so that would, the new
Which one?
full-time employee, that's not gonna be there, right?
Yeah, that one's a 0. Remove that.
Okay, so that's at 0. Yeah, I would look at line 20 and cut down off of that because we don't need to bring them in until summertime, I think, off of that, so we could save some money there.
And then maybe Kane can speak this, the concern I would have from that from the city side is getting someone trained up on everything they need to do takes time. And so it's one of those things where I think putting them in sooner rather than later so we can get them ready for summertime is important, but I can let Kane talk to his positions.
I think the training is a good point because right now I believe they trade off every weekend, once a weekend with 4 people. 3 people's down to more than one time a month, but so with 4 people, they were doing one well check one weekend per month, which gives the other 3 off. But at the same time, we're also going to be picking up on call with the grinder systems. And I think it's good to have that a full staff with 4 people to help maintain that too.
But are we seeing that happen right now?
Yes.
Is it
They get on
evenly
call.
spread or is it just one person?
Kane,
'Cause
you
I
want to
know
come
it
up
was
and talk
mentioned.
about that?
Yeah, I can talk. Yeah, what specifics, what do you guys wanna talk about?
So for on-call and Ryland mentioned the well checks.
Yep. So
Is that being dispersed evenly across, so it's not
it
just
is,
you? Cause I know you had a ton of comp time.
I did, and you know, the reasons behind that is because training, getting all the staff up to that level of being comfortable with those systems. It's a complex system. Joe can speak to that. I would suggest we hire somebody to fill, you know, I wanted a new FTE for 2025, right? And my reasons were to get our hours at the treatment facility. So we haven't had time in 2024 to commit a person to the plant. We haven't had that buffer. We haven't had the manpower to do that. 2024 was busy, out of control. My comp time shows that. So my initial request for 2025 was another person. So we could continue what our current workload was, but dedicate a person at the treatment facility to obtain licenses. The whole idea here is within 3 years of April this year, we would have staff with a wastewater license. And we would eventually be able to get out of the people services contract, hire a signing operator, similar to what other towns do. And we would save. We wouldn't have that large contract, that annual contract. So with that, the next 2.5 years, it would be nice to have my staff, myself included, rotate at the treatment facility, gain the on-site hours to take our licenses, right? There's no, we can't substitute anything for those on-site hours. So we need additional staff so we can do that. We're never gonna get our wastewater licenses unless we commit to hours at the plant. And I'm saying to you guys that the workload is with these grinder systems, the additional water system, it's just a lot. And I don't think we have that extra time to say, one of us go to the plant this week and remove them from the rest of our current duties. So that's why I was requesting that additional person for 2025.
Well, again, it was one of those things that Peoples has not been cooperative on being able to do that. And so that's one of the issues that we've run into. Now, one of the things that I had suggested and will suggest again is to turn around and to hire what's licensed as a B operator. Okay, to be able to do that, to allow us to be able to contract for the A and look down the road, 2 years down the road on how we can do this and get out of Peoples, okay? Because I would like to get out of Peoples.
Yes, I agree.
what we need is a Class A operator.
I understand that, but it's not easy to find an A operator.
But regardless, if we hired a B operator, we'd still have to contract with Peoples.
Or another, just a separate person that we could do independently away
Right.
from Peoples on the.
Like Pine Island.
And
Like
what I-
Pine Island,
And so
okay.
what I'm trying to say then, Jim, is it'd be more economical to have Public Works employees at a minimal license, paying them lesser wages to do the day-to-day operations at the treatment facility and have the signing operator. If we hire a Class B wastewater operator, that person's gonna be looking at the $50 an hour. And they will not be doing anything else besides sewer, right?
But could we have them do things other than sewer?
I,
Because you don't have them out there full-time anyway with Peoples. I mean, this is a discussion that I think we should be looking
I
at.
think a lot of these discussions should have been happening, we should have year round. I feel like
Absolutely.
tonight, we're gonna be cutting a lot of things that we're gonna be sorry, a couple months from now.
Well, I mean, we still have stuff that there is left over in case we need to in the budget. That's always there from left over from this year, so there's still gonna be money that's there. But I'm just saying, I'm looking at how we look at this, because eventually I would like to have Peoples out. I'd like to have us have that utilities under our control on what we're operating. I think it can be a cost savings for the city.
Yep.
And it'll be under our control.
Yep, absolutely. Other towns around here do it just like you said. They have a signing A operator. He comes out 3 times a week by law.
Yep.
And he has a staff, on-site staff, a public works department that is knowledgeable, that does the day-to-day operations, turns the valves, does the testing. The A operator is responsible for the permitting and holding that license, land applying. That's where that A operator, that A license, that's what costs money. You know, so if we were to do that, that would cost anywhere between, just shoot from the hip here, 75 to 100,000 a year to have that signing operator. Now, if we had a public works staff that was knowledgeable, trained, and had the know-how at the wastewater treatment facility, we could have guys, 1 guy on site, possibly 2 guys on site, that would do that stuff, that would do the day-to-day operations. But we need to get that A signing operator. That's gonna be the key here when the People's contract is up. So the short story here is we got about 2.5 years to get staff, hire staff, get staff knowledgeable, and get them to the point where we can say, we don't want People's contract. We're gonna hire an A signing operator and move forward. But there's a lot of things that need to fall into place. And one of those first things is our current staff getting hours there. So this winter is gonna be a good time to do that. You know, we're not sitting around. There's plenty of things to do right now. Lift stations, 83 grinder pumps, 8 lift stations, 2 portable generators, 2 permanent generators, 14 air release manholes. There is a lot. 22 miles of pipe. There is a lot. Okay. I want to take this off season, this winter season, and I would like to get my staff trained up to a level of comfort. Frankly, right now, they're not there. They need more hands-on experience with all of this stuff. I've been involved with the project from years ago, right? I mean, the last 3 years, this is all I've done is this project. It's been time consuming. There's a lot to it. It's complex. This isn't an easy system. It's very complex. There's a lot of different areas, and it takes time to get there. I would say if we hired someone today to fill our current vacancy, I would say in a year's time, they would start to get that comfort level. We've witnessed that with our past employees. It takes about a year to get to the point where they're comfortable enough to say, yes, I can handle the water system, or yes, I can take on some more responsibility. It takes a while to get there. And a year maybe not be long enough. Some people may need more time to get that familiarity. And, you know, it's not just plumbing, it's not just sewer, it's not just water. There's electricity, there's power generation, there's a lot to this. And,
But is that based on the skill level that you're hiring, you think, Kane?
well, so here's the thing, we could hire people that have 10 years experience in water and sewer utilities, public works, right? Now we're gonna need to hire them, we won't be able to pay them that pay range of 20 to 30 an hour. We're gonna be needing to paying those guys 35 to 50 an hour. You know, it's how the city wants to go about that, Jim, I'm up for that discussion. If we wanna hire that person with 15 years of experience, excellent. I think there's some benefit there, but also hiring the right employee without that experience. And we can kind of, you know, work them into that employee in the long run. So we can have that discussion moving forward, but right now we're just hiring, you know, entry level public works positions. So if it's broke, fix it. If it's got wheels, drive it, right? I mean, this is a basic entry position with the ability to grow and grow. And someday I hope that our public works staff, myself included, could become A operators for the treatment facility. That is 8 years down the road from now. If all the pieces fall into place, 8 years from now, I could possibly take my A license, okay? That's if everything falls into place. So we need to get started on getting these hours.
Curiosity, how many hours is people's out there a week?
It's a good question. I asked that when we did contract with them, when we met them, and they never gave us a firm answer.
Right now, it's like $19,000 a month, I think it is.
So next year it's 225,000. Next year, 225,000 for the year, okay? So take that plus the 75,000 that covers Jason, City Hall's time, billing, my time, locates, grinders, lift stations, air releases, generators, you name it, right? 75,000 doesn't cover it. If we're gonna be truthful, that 75 is light. So, but let's just play along here. 300,000 in wages for the sewer utility. Just in wages. Our electric bill is over 10 grand a month, right? So now we're at 420,000 just in electricity and wages, right? So when Jason does bring up Mike Bubani and the CIP and having that money to assist and work off that sewer utility, that is a concern of mine. You know, we're already, I don't have that on my pad with me, but you know, sewer right now is minus 170 in the hole just for this year. You know, so sewer's not doing good right now. And I would go to say water is not either. And we're not talking about those funds right now. We're just talking about 100 fund. So they're kind of used together though, right? The public works staff is manning the water and sewer utilities, and I need more staff. Like I said, I wanted to increase my staff, go from 4 FTEs to 5. I wanted to do that. And now the proposal here is to go to 3 FTEs. So I'm just a little concerned with how next year is gonna play out.
Well, when I said that, I said, you know, 3 plus bringing the other one in a little bit later. You know, with what there is, okay, you're explaining the training, okay, which puts you back to 4. Which is what we originally looked at last year to have the replacement and the rotation that there is off of that. Okay, and you're right, I'm looking the same way you are down the road for the future of how do we do this and how do we work into that other situation to get rid of people, okay, for us to bring that in. And it's looking at these other funds, and we're pulling a lot of the labor that there is for the 100 and what was it that we pulled out? I'm just trying to think of 130,000 or whatever that we pulled out of that fund to put into the wages that there are in the city. So it's a balancing act on what we're looking at off of that. So, and that was the transfer in, you know, from the 600 fund and 620 fund or whatever, but. Okay, I see what you, that explains what's going on with the port.
So we're gonna transfer 75,000 from the 600 fund, water,
And 75 from.
and 75 from sewer into page 1 of this 100 fund.
Right.
So that money is gonna pay for Jason, City Hall, my public works team, myself, our time dedicated to those utilities.
Okay, and then, so that's what we're balancing off of for those funds to have it.
And I'm saying that 75 is gonna be light. 83 grinder stations that are calling out every day with alarms. It's a lot.
You have that many every day calling out?
I get an alarm every day, yep.
One thing I'll say,
Not all 83, you're right.
No,
Steve's
that's-
has not given an alarm yet. Steve's got a good one.
and just to be clear too, to your point that we're running in the red in water and sewer, that is common.
It is. Yeah,
For at least a few years, that is common.
absolutely. Water's been going since 2010. We're 15 years into it. And, you know, we've got some infrastructure. We've got things that need to be replaced and added to, and, you know, a locator costs $5,000, right? So, I mean, you can't go to Sam's Club and get the equipment you need for these utilities. So, but that's utility talk. If we wanna talk 100 fund, I need staffing. I need staffing and I need people available. Right now, when somebody takes off, there's only 2 or 3 of us on site. If my position is more supervisory in office, I'm not in the field, I'm not turning wrenches, I can. And I find myself being in 2 places at once, right? I'm running over to Steve's place to work on his water, but I'm also dealing with the budget, right? I'm constantly fighting of where I need to be. And I'm constantly trying to juggle where my guys need to be. So having an additional person, what we initially talked about for 2025, that would just alleviate some of this, you know, running around with my head cut off. I mean, it's been a crazy couple years here with this project, and I get we only have about, you know, 80 connections left, but those 80 connections, we don't have control when those happen. Those are Friday afternoon, those are Saturday morning, those are July 4th, we don't have any control over that. And people call and they want it now, right? Somebody's hooking up to water, somebody's hooking up to sewer, and we have to shuffle our department, and I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to cover more hours with the same amount of people and now possibly less people. So
How many connections did we do this last year?
last year, well, all in, we're at 460 on the sewer, and we're looking at about, 490 on water.
So 80 is, I mean, we're on the downhill swing, which is good, okay, for the connections coming up for this next year. So most of them we're over that hump, which is what I'm trying to get at, so. I can see your point on getting back up to a full 4. You know, on what's going on to look this year off of that, okay, yeah.
So I was at 4 for 2024. I was at 4 FTE.
I'll leave it at that.
I think 4 is gonna be fine for this next year and see how we do.
I will be coming back next year and asking for additional staffing.
That's fine. I think that we need to do it and take a look this year, and I don't think we can put that burden on the residents this year for that extra.
Okay. You guys got any other questions for me? I know there's a couple different departments here.
Thank you, Kane.
Thank you,
We
Kate.
appreciate you
Thank you.
stepping forward, and we respect what you're asking for, so we'll make sure
All right.
Thank you.
we keep the 4.
All right, I'll be there.
Anything else before we wrap it up?
Well, the only thing else I'll be making a comment on is on 296. 296. And I think we need to be keeping an eye on this. You've heard a lot of comments that there are with the residents that you've got to start looking at the streets coming down the road. So I think that we need to keep that in mind, that we need to increase that, not necessarily right now, but to look at what we can do for that street part of it. I think that'd be important. So at least we're being aware. Even though we'll leave it at 50, I think that needs to next year go up. So
I think that's a good plan. All right. So there's no other comments. You want to pull the where we're at?
The other thing I want to mention is our forensic audit. What account or what line item do we want to take this out of? What bucket? And I put it on table to give everyone an idea, talked with the company to understand in general, what does a forensic audit?
Is that later in our agenda to talk about?
well, we've got to put it in the budget.
Yeah, but we got to put it in the budget. Unless we're gonna hold off on the budget until we talk about it.
No, we gotta, I'm just looking at the perspective of approving that versus putting it in the budget.
You've got to go in the
Because the
budget.
intent was to look at, the November meeting was to do exactly what you've done. You pull together some information, I guess, and you hand it to us here before the meeting.
We just talked about it.
You got to copy that too around there, please.
Yeah, good. As we see on the letter, it's anywhere between 5 and 15. And I would propose that we put 15 in. If we don't use it, then great. But I think we need to add it to the budget.
You had I think a question in our workshop where you would put it.
Yeah, I didn't get anything back out of that.
So it would be under professional services under 153. We could add it under line item 154, which is auditing and accounting services.
Sorry, you line contract now, the accounting services.
I mean, we could do that too.
To clarify the difference between the regular audit.
No, we can just mark it in there as that instead of having to create a whole new.
At least it's there and identifiable.
What line is that there?
154.
That's one comment I would have, and just in general, is that with limited staff of Jason, it's gonna be very difficult to respond to this company. I guess you have more than one quote or just one?
We started out, we had one to go through, and it's, yeah, we had a discussion. I don't think it's gonna be that much time that there is from Jason, from what I understand from them. And you talked to him too, Jim, so.
Yeah, and I think we'd start with the fire department and see how long that takes, how much money is spent on that.
I make a
So
motion to
what-
put,
What's the objective? Go ahead.
I make a motion to add $15,000 for the forensic audit, line 154 on auditing and accounting services to look at the fire department. And just to research where the money has been used and allocated.
Second.
This quote is specifically looking at the fire department funds.
Pardon?
I said this quote is specifically looking at the fire department funds
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we can put that to bed.
Yeah,
Well-
that's what I want to do, is to put it to bed once and for all, that this is what happened and we're done.
Well, this sheet says the engagement will include review of city and fire department.
Well,
I'm just saying what it
The
says.
fire department would be the first one, and if there's a need and there's money left, if.
so it's the fire
council
department
decides-
giving money to the city, so that's why it's written the way it is.
Right.
But just to look at the fire department.
That's been
to
the
get that.
question.
It's been a question for years. I just want to get it done.
Put it to rest.
Yeah.
So the motion's there, seconds there.
I second
Okay,
That puts that to 53,000.
yeah.
Right.
So in the 425 sheet that Jason sent to us on November 11th, that I've referenced a couple times already. You know, the figures that are in there for the year to date, the total tab donations, I think that's what you agree, that's what you got, $10,045 as of end of November, so. So I think those figures are, obviously, figures that went into those are accurate, what, just for the mere fact that the fire department agrees. 154,000 for fire department and 63,000 for the first responders, for a total of $218,674.80. I'm assuming it's documented within those line items, within those accounts.
Well, that's what we want to try to clarify on that, Ryland, because there's a figure that the fire department has that doesn't match up with what that fund is that's there. So we want to know what's actually there from what they've talked about. So we can come up with $263,000 that the fire department can identify that was given to the city, and we don't know where it went. So what we're trying to do is identify where it went, and it's a question that's been there for years with the fire department. And it's something that whatever it did, I just want it to be done so the fire department doesn't think that the city did something that they shouldn't have or whatever, just to put it to bed for this amount of money to do it. And I think it's well worth it to go into that forensic audit to be able to do that. I really do.
And we heard from our citizens.
Yeah, citizens want to know too, that, to get into this stuff, just to see what's happening, so.
So I just, and please.
You can't talk.
So I think I would prefer to, if I may, I would prefer to wait until we look at these accounts to see where these numbers have come from this year. And at the same time, just go back X number of years and see what has gone into pull tabs for revenue and see what's gone into expenditures. And I think that will tell exactly what your forensic auditor would find.
I think that an independent auditor is the right way to do it, Ryland. Right now, Jason doesn't have enough time. We need an independent to be able to do this. And so that's why, again, the motion is on for us to approve this, to have that done. But independent is what we need, because they gotta get into what's going on, okay?
So let me offer this then. Our accounting firm is an independent firm.
No, we want a different one, Ryland. We want
It's
this,
an independent accounting firm.
we want a different
And they
firm.
can look at our files and do the same thing this one's gonna do.
No,
We're gonna look at the same numbers.
we want to do a different one in particular with what's going on, because you have the same firm that's doing it. They're just going to go along with what those people have to say. This is why we want to go this way with this independent one that there is. And this one came recommended.
And we've had this firm for how many years? And this is where we're at.
So that's why the motion's on there and second, and that we want to put that in to have it done with this firm. Can we put it up for a vote then?
So I think it's important that you recognize that numbers that went into these numbers, our numbers are in files. And so whether an independent outfit from Eden Prairie looks at it or an independent firm from Rochester looks at the same numbers, it's gonna tell us the same thing.
Well, if it comes up that way, then great. Well worth it so that we can put this to bed once and for all with the fire department.
Spent a lot of time cutting money here and there, and now we're going to add, I'm assuming $15,000. I've had a lot of feedback that this has been a concern. I've also had a lot of feedback that there's something that we haven't seen an official complaint either, that this money is missing. So as of right now, it's hearsay. I haven't seen anything official. Now, is there, I'm with you. I want to put this thing to bed, but I want it to be very clear this $15,000 is coming back out of tax money that we just spent the last few hours cutting on. So
just to,
but we're also spending $15,000 to put this to bed for transparency, right? But we're not focused on the transparency of the future by allowing a financial officer. So I just want to put that out there, that even though I'm with you, I want this settled, that this it's kind of backwards.
okay, I'll disagree respectfully, because Dan, I think in terms of, or Daniel, I'm sorry, in terms of the transparency with the financial officer versus city clerk, I think what's one gonna bring that the other doesn't in that respect? So on the other side of it, you had mentioned that there's been no formal complaint. There has been. We've had the firemen here at council meetings during my time throughout the 4 years saying the same thing. And they've been told, I remember Sonny specifically said, well, I know the money's there, but I can't tell you what account.
And I remember that exact meeting. I was watching it online, sitting in Tennessee.
Yeah.
I remember the exact meeting, but somebody coming to the podium and saying, hey, we have a discrepancy is not a formal complaint. So if there was a formal complaint, I apologize because I wasn't aware of it. But getting in front of the podium up here saying, hey, there's a discrepancy, not formally asking to look into it. I mean, there should have been something in writing, some formal complaint.
I think if they address the council, I would look at that as formal. Because they're saying, hey, we have money missing. Where's the money out of our checkbook? Where's the money out of this account? To me, that's how much more formal can you get other than writing a letter and saying, hey, it's missing. And they ask specifically for that to be looked into.
But, and like I said, I'm gonna reiterate, I am all for putting this to bed.
I'm with you.
And that's what we're trying to do, is to put it to bed.
But it's gotta be clear that this is coming out of the money that we just spent the last couple hours cutting. We're putting it right back in a different line. So.
Well, it's a lot less than what there is, but yeah, it is coming back into it. There's no question about it. But I think it's important for the citizens to know, and for the fire department and for the first responders. You know, I mean, if you look at what we pull in for, even with the Christmas thing, if there is, with the way that the city looks at the fire and the first responders, you know, we had 380 people that showed up for that Saturday that there was, which is great. You know, but that's the way that the residents look at this, and I would just like to have the department, you know, one way or another finally taken care of, and to have that out of the question that we get, you know, so I want to get it resolved.
And I hope it's proven wrong.
And yeah.
Right. I've said my piece.
Okay, do we have a vote then on that?
Any other comments? So, when you were talking to this company, did they, maybe they did or did they ask for a formal complaint from you guys about what exactly is the issue they're looking for? You said you,
We told them it would be fire relief, fire department.
Not relief, but fire
Or
department.
fire department. Relief is fine, fire department.
you said Fire Relief Association Gambling Fund, so, I mean, the $10,000 is a very reflective year figure.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we told them the relief was fine. It's the fire department.
The
But I
relief,
think-
the relief gets audited independently every year for what they have to go through. You know, so that's not a part of it.
So before this gets initiated, though, I do believe that we need to sit down and we need to have very clear goals for what we want them to look at, because that could inflate that number of all of a sudden going, oh, well, we want you to look at this, we want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's,
Yeah.
They
you know what I
won't
mean?
start unless we
So,
do.
yep, so we need to have very clear directions. I wouldn't even mind having another quote from another company. I appreciate you
And I
going
think we
out.
should.
Right now,
I mean, but we had to at least get something to be able to put it in the
No,
budget so
I
that we can
understand,
move ahead
I
off of
understand.
that, so.
Yeah.
So the motion's there, we got a second, put it up for a vote.
any other comments? I agree with you, Dan. I think it does need a second, but I do think it needs to be very detailed expectations. Not only the fire department, but also the city too. You're asking for a city, I'm not sure what you're asking of the city. Is that the personnel department or what are you asking about city? Should city and fire department records?
Well, the
City
fire,
records for the fire department?
the fire department gives the money to the city. So it's, you have to put both of them in there because the money comes into the city.
Sure.
And so that's why it had to be
What
fire.
generates these reports?
But it has to have fire and city. That's why it's a city.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's real simple. It's not.
you're trying to confirm that they match.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
so it's real, but you have to have city in there. You just can't have fire because the funds the fire department gives to the city
Right.
is what we're looking at. Okay, so.
I just want to make sure we weren't, the idea of the city and fire department as an entity together, it's not the city by itself and city and fire department. Right?
Well,
It's, they're both intertwined of what goes on, because what the fire department writes the check and gives to the city,
Okay.
goes to the city.
mhm.
Okay, so you have to put the fire department and the city is how they did that. So that's how it came up in the writing to be able to do it, okay?
So back in November, when this was brought up and you were asked to look for, you made a comment about the city and personal time and this different subject than the relief fund on the fire department. So is that what you're still looking for? or-
We're not looking at relief.
Yeah,
The
we're not
Fire
looking at
relief
relief.
is
Okay, I'm-
separate.
Yeah.
All
I
this-
misunderstood what you
Yeah, and
said.
they just mentioned, I believe, relief, because they asked, said that relief is fine, that gets audited all the time. But the idea was, this is the hot coal, is the fire
Okay,
department.
no, I
And
just want to make sure. I
let's
understood.
start with the fire department and hopefully can prove that wrong and then be done with it. Right? And I agree with what Daniel was saying. I think we need
Oh,
another.
it's gotta be more
Another-
specific than that,
Yeah,
absolutely.
well, and they call them procedures. They'll give you a list of procedures. I think anyone that we're getting a bid from would, but I think we definitely need to get more bids than one.
Yeah,
But this
we
was
can-
just to give us
So
some
I
numbers.
appreciate you doing the
Yeah.
work to get this out, but I think that there will be more work that needs to be do. We'll need to sit down with the fire department and ask what they're wanting as well.
Well, I'm just kind of hoping that this isn't a low ball budget or something just to get their foot in the door.
It's okay.
We didn't
I
take the vote,
I
yeah.
would be concerned of that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these guys do it with a lot of cities, so it's,
We have a motion on line 154 under professional services, auditing and accounting services to add from 38,000 plus 15,000 to 53,000. Motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right.
Where we at, Jason, on this?
Mouse to work here.
Please.
Brings us up from 9 to 10.3.
We have $40,000 community center budget from 2024. We have $40,317 of unused community center budget. In 2024. Just want to highlight that money's sitting there. We got 56,000 added to it again.
That balanced out revenue and expenditures, correct? Double check.
And that also includes, putting $130,000 in, CIP fund as well this year.
$38,000 of that 130 is for the fire truck payment.
Right.
So really it's.
So we're still putting, yeah, almost 100,000 in.
So the resolution. Is that it? Is that it?
Oh, yeah, we're not, we got, EDA here too. Parks and Recs, where are we going for EDA? Okay, it's to, line, 429. Due to the situation that we have with, everything kind of being developed, it was great that we got the report that we did, but, I make a motion that we put EDA on hold for a year and save the $33,000. I don't think they're gonna add that much this year.
A lot of resident feedback to keep it.
You have a second?
Oh, sorry.
I'll second it. Any discussion? All right.
We've got a lot of resident feedback to keep EDA. The monies that they're bringing in and potentially in grants often to help out fire department search and write grants. It takes time off of their hands. I think that brings a lot of value to the city.
I think that, this year, with what we've got with the Hamilton Group going in, with what we have with, King project potential that's going on, with other developments that are there. I think that we're moving in the right direction. I don't think we need to re-identify what Orinoco is. I think Orinoco we'll always have the stipulation of being Gold Rush, no matter what it is, and it's something to be proud of. Not just with the Gold Rush part of it, but the fact that they did find gold here in Orinoco. And it's unique that no other community can say around that in their community. So I'm just kind of looking, I mean, with the grants, fire department's doing good on writing grants when it comes to that. The other part of it, you know, writing a grant doesn't mean you're gonna get the money.
No, it doesn't.
You know, and so, I mean, you can spend a lot of time doing that, but, I just, this year, it would be good to put it on hold next year, maybe pick it back up again, you know, but this year, that, it's really not needed, so.
Well, I think the EDA and CETA contract, if we're talking about the CETA contract. And I just, in the packet, you saw the action plan for 2025. Housing, residential studies, commissioning. Small business outreach for small businesses, business subsidy. We can help our businesses as well, new businesses. A marketing, a plan, a branding. RFQ that's going out, we'll get that in January. For branding, it's all part of development and economic development. And I just think that's just a tremendous asset that we have for the city and our residents. It's not something we can turn off one day and turn it back on. You build up a relationship with your businesses. And I just sense that you've got the momentum going. You've got 7 dedicated commission members. Paul, you're one of them.
Come on, there you go.
And Rebecca, our executive director, she's a seasoned, she knows CETA has this station throughout southeast Minnesota that they can draw from. And it's a tremendous asset for our city. And I think it's just, I know we talked about it, age friendly.
Well, I know I'm on the EDA. I understand that. I think Orinoco has some organic, it's not really necessary to pay somebody to go out and knock on neighbors' doors and see, hey, you want to split your place and put another house here? You want to split your property? That's basically what it is. You know, I don't think we really need to be going and doing that.
Well, that's
one of them, what you just said. About checking up and seeing what it can do to get growth in the city.
You know, and looking at
I don't
housing,
think we need to do that.
looking at housing and all those things, Ryland, I think that we've listened really to the residents and, you know, the answer is not have, you know, smaller houses. We listen to what everybody in the city talks about. And it's not just with the report that was done, which was a great report, no question about it, by EDA. But it's also what we found when we've done our work too, you know, with the rezoning off this stuff. It's the residents don't want to have that. And if you look and nothing against seniors, and I'm a senior.
What was that comment?
I
You
just,
said that we don't want to have it.
well,
Explain me just a little bit more what that means.
sure, what it is to have the smaller houses and those type of things is not what the requirement is in the city for the residents of what they want. They want to have more open area, they want to have the bigger houses, they have kids, they have that what's going on with the community. You know, and like I said, with the senior part of it, I'm a senior, okay, I'm retired. But again, looking at what that is, when we had the fire and the relief, 380 people were there and they weren't the seniors that were usually there, they were the younger families. And that's what this community is growing with younger families. And that's why the average age is 36 here in this community. Sure. You know, and that's where the growth is going to come because of what our school districts and different things that way. So when they looked at the housing of what there is and where the demand is, it's more of the larger houses and the larger lots.
So if I understand what you're saying, We shouldn't, as a council, we shouldn't care about our senior citizens.
I didn't
he's saying
say
that.
that at all. I did not say
Talking
that.
about 36 and big.
I'm looking at what the report came back for the average age in this community.
I'm not
Okay,
disputing
and
that.
so that's what I am, and I'm looking at the kids that are in this community and the younger families. Okay, that's kind of where this community is heading. As it grows, you're gonna find that same increase of people that are gonna be buying these homes that are becoming into this community. So I'm not saying anything against it because I'm a senior citizen as well, like I said, with what goes on. I think with what we found out with looking at this with the senior group, there's a lot of services that are here. We had the meeting over at the old school of what was really there. So it's there. I
All
just
part of
think,
age-friendly effort.
well,
Bring
I
those
mean,
resources to our senior citizens. They make up about 10% of our population.
so 90% is done with the other parts. I mean, so
we
I'm.
represent the 10%.
I'm part of the 10%, but I'm just saying I have to look at the 90% of.
But I don't sense you're representing them.
Getting back to EDA, I know we're talking about age friendly, but the benefit that EDA brings, and I get what you're saying, and I've heard the same thing, larger houses or same size houses. The same thing, but we also just had, I don't know how, four or five people that don't want to pay more taxes. Now, if we continue with large houses, we have to continue to raise the taxes because those same people want amenities in the city. They want splash pads. They want parks. They want parks with parking lots. I mean, but the EDA can help get that, and they can help get that money through additional funding. And we can then actually give the residents their cake and let them eat it too.
Well, again, you're saying that we can get funding. The funding aspect and writing grants, I think is gonna come to a little bit of a slowing down effect, whether it be state or whether it be federal. And the time I think is gonna be that way. I mean, if you look at the state, we're overspent by $8 billion. That's gonna be coming out. So, I mean, the state offering these grants and that is not the same as what it used to be, of thinking that that's being done. I just think for this next year that it's a way that we can save that money, and that's where I come from, so.
Do we know what the ratio is of grants written versus grants received? Because it doesn't take much to write a grant.
And she's very good at it.
She is, but I'm just saying it doesn't take a ton.
Binding the grant too.
Pardon?
It's binding the grant as well,
Right.
right? I mean, that's part of the networking where she has other people that work with her who can say, hey, I just found this for such and such city. Check it out. Maybe it fits for Orinoco.
And I
Like, that's
can
a
use
big
the,
benefit. And so cutting this all the way out and taking a complete pause, like, that's just stepping backward. We've nickel and dimed this budget. We just threw another 15,000 in. I don't understand why taking a step back is a good thing. I can't understand that. And I understand that we don't necessarily want people knocking on doors going, hey, do you want to split your lot? That is not what I have seen. And I don't necessarily have agreed with every position she's taken, and I don't necessarily agree with how she has interpreted some of the survey results, but she has also shown a willingness to look at a bigger picture, and she has provided, in my opinion, a good service this year, and I would love to see EDA continue to support everybody in the city.
But do you think it's $32,000 worth? I would question that.
I think it's
You know?
very well worth it. I think it's, this is the first, we've been doing this for 2 years now, and this is the first year we've pulled a lot of information together, and we're actively looking at a brand new Orinoco. We've never done that. So we're getting RFPs, maybe, we don't know what it's gonna cost, maybe 5,000-6,000, but that's, and the Age Friendly itself is subsidized, not subsidized, but it's the AARP organization that works with Age Friendly. So there'll be a lot of community grants available through AARP. That's just one entity that we have. And what Rebecca brings to us for other grants, Southeast Minnesota Together, Smith Foundation, another opportunity for grants, small town grants. There's grants available for doing murals on buildings, small town paint grants that you can provide the paint, you provide the volunteers. But the point is, there's just a lot of those grants. LMC has $5,000. Anybody can apply for it in projects and everything. So there's just a lot of things out there that I think we need somebody focused. And maybe, you know, I'd like to see that one day a week, but reduce something. We could reduce it down to every other week. Split the 32 in half. Yeah, if we have some representation, we can still keep EDA going. But to eliminate the CETA contract and not a glowing recommendation for councils and Orinoco. I think it's just, we've got our sewer system. We know there's going to be you want to do that, we could try that and see how that works, but I do think we need to keep the ETA together, the commission, the people. There's excitement in the commission, and just to say throw it away and it comes back next year if the thing comes up for approval again and the council says, no, we're not going to do it anyway. So I think we just lost a lot of momentum. And residents, when I was campaigning, that was one thing they talked about. They're excited about it. Really a disservice and somewhat disrespectful to our Age Friendly by not supporting them.
I don't
I don't think that's supporting them. That's, you know, it is an EDA to support them. Age Friendly has their own group that there is behind it, okay, which doesn't mean you get the grant. So that, again, I'm not saying anything against the Age Friendly was good with what they did, okay? So, and I'm behind the Age Friendly. That's not it, okay? It's, you gotta separate the two.
I mean, I would be in favor of cutting this because honestly, my opinion, I don't think we got the bang for the buck out of this year. Yet I don't think we can afford to be so generous in that situation. I hear what you're saying, that we don't want to lose it.
I can, amend my motion, it's there, to cut this in half and do it, every, you know, halftime.
And then, because by next, you know,
We'll see
if
what
we
it's
get
like
through
next
next
year.
year, then maybe we elevate it again, you know?
We might not have ground broke until late this year for any of those developments.
But I mean, but they're coming, yeah, I mean,
They are, but they got completely stopping. I think slowing down is a reasonable, but not completely stopping.
Well, let's cut that in half then.
You know, 16.
I think every other.
You wanna make that adjustment on it, Jason?
Get our vote, it's up there.
Okay.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Read that to me.
Looking at this one?
1885.
The general levy.
Or is there any more? I wouldn't write
1-3.
it down till we're done.
390,
1381,765. 1381,765.
um,
141365.
comments? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote for the motion. That's our total levy of $1,413,265. Roll call. Ron. Up on it.
One four, 13265.
Well, yeah, of course.
Aye.
Counselor Searles.
Aye.
Counselor Pendergrass.
Aye.
Counselor Richards.
Aye.
Counselor Spring.
Aye.
Okay, that's approved.
We have a budget, thank you. My mouse.
The next item is our,
Item number 3.
What's that?
For item number 3.
ordinance 2024-01. Is a ordinance amending the provisions of Orinoco City Code to regulate the operation of cannabis and hemp businesses, temporary cannabis events, and the public use of cannabis and certain hemp products. Open the public hearing at 9:45. Anybody would like to speak to that? At the podium? Share your comments. Second call for public hearing for ordinance -01. Third and final call. Public hearing for ordinance 2024-01. Anybody online? And here. Hearing at 9:46. So, item is to, before we do the discussion, is make a motion for approval. Would somebody want to make that?
I make a motion to approve, resolution 2024-49. Is that right? No,
24-01.
01, okay.
Second. Oh, I was looking at this.
you know, it's a template, I think, came out from.
Why don't we get, David on here? To kind of talk about it.
Oh,
Thank you, Mayor and Council. If you want to, would you like me to discuss ordinance 2024-01?
Yeah, just kind of talk about it if you want to go over it.
Sure. So as you're aware, the city has delegated the registration authority to for the retail businesses to Olmsted County. So what this ordinance does is it addresses sort of other aspects of those businesses that would remain with the city to regulate potentially, which includes requiring permits for temporary cannabis events. So that's the first section in this ordinance. So adding those events to your special permit or your event section of your city code. That includes whether or not the city would allow on-site consumption at said event. The next section addresses some of those general provisions for these businesses. As sort of you're aware, since you've delegated that authority to the county to register the retail businesses, a lot of the enforcement compliance checks that'll be done by the county. So what's left in here, city can set hours of operation that's been written to match the county's requirements. Compliance with the city zoning code, which would be the next ordinance to discuss, is in here. And then violations, essentially, if someone is operating cannabis business without registering, they can be subject to a fine up to $2,000. So as you're probably aware, the city's authority over these is a little bit limited by state law and then limited further by the city's delegation of registration authority for the retail businesses. So this is a little bit more limited, but it addresses, if there are certain violations by these businesses in the city. And so that's under section 118 there. And then there's just a rewrite of the public use. There was already an ordinance in place prohibiting the public use of cannabis and hemp products. And so this one includes more definitions, but is a sort of similar, pretty comprehensive prohibition on public use of these products.
anybody have any comments for David? Questions?
I understand that the county's, just hand it to the county, let them take care of it.
Yep.
It's a headache, but it's a headache the city doesn't have to deal with.
Yep, you can write it up.
Or it could be a headache that the city would have to deal with, so.
All right, if there's any other comments? If not, let's do the voice vote. Oh, no, it's just a,
Does it require a voice vote?
just a motion, yes, okay.
Was there a motion on, there's a motion?
Yeah,
on
I
the
made the
table.
motion on
We
the
have a
table.
motion, Jim Phillips and Jim Richards. Second. No other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Next item is 2024-02. An ordinance amending the provisions of Orinoco City Code, Chapter 151, Planning and Zoning, Sections 151.001, 151.151, 151.152, and 151.165 relating to cannabis and hemp businesses in B2, B3, and M1 districts.
Make a motion to accept the ordinance 2024-02.
We have a public hearing first.
Oh, first, okay.
Open public hearing at 9:50. Okay. There's anybody that would like to speak to this ordinance 2024-02, please step to the podium. Or online, if there's anybody that would like to speak. And second call for public hearing, ordinance 2024-02. And third and final call for ordinance 2024-02. Seeing none, we'll close at 9:52. So we need a motion to approve 2024-02.
I make a motion to approve city ordinance 2024-02.
I'll second it. I'll second, okay. In your minutes, Jason, you just want to make motion to approve ordinance, -01.
Yeah, I just.
It's too, yeah.
Sorry, I just copied them.
Okay, so, any other discussion? This is just basically adding language to a code that we have already in the system regarding cannabis and.
David can discuss this again as well.
Sure, Dave?
Yep, thank you, Mayor and Council. So again, this the first section of this ordinance adds some of the relevant definitions to your zoning code. And as we come down in the B2 and the B3 districts, you'll see some of the cannabis and the lower potency hemp edible retail businesses, as well as the lower potency hemp edible manufacturers, which are part of that is that those those businesses that manufacture can also be retailers for the lower potency hemp edibles. And then temporary cannabis events are permitted. Within, you'll see all of these businesses, but I'm looking at B2 now and we'll look at B3. We've included the buffer zones that are the max allowed under state law, which is 1,000 feet from a school, 500 feet from a daycare, residential treatment facility, or attraction with a public park regularly used by minors, as stated here. So those are buffers that are in state law that we've included here. And then temporary cannabis events as well, as I stated. That would be mirrored in so B2 and B3. You'd have the retail businesses specifically and the events. And so then under Section 4, we've made changes to the manufacturing light industrial district. That's where this other group of cannabis businesses that aren't the direct retail businesses to consumers. So these are businesses that wouldn't register with the county, but the city still needs to establish some sort of zoning controls for. And so again, we have the buffer zones here as stated in state law. And pretty much all of these other businesses, including cultivation, delivery, manufacturing, testing facilities, wholesalers, and then other manufacturers. And so those would be in the sort of M1 district, or yeah.
David, I have a question for you. When you talked about it not, with it not being within so many feet of the school. Now, would that include like a standard, regular bus stop? Because since we don't have a school here in town itself, we get the school buses stop regularly at half a dozen or a dozen stops around town. So I guess, is that something that the state law gets involved in too?
No, I don't think the definition of school here would be understood to include that. Again, the city, these are sort of the buffer specifically stated in state law. I think if the city put in sort of other reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, it could do that. But no, I don't think that would be, within that anticipated definition of school there.
So anything in reference to that would have to be something that the city itself put in or in their own ordinance, right? In the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, I think if the city wanted to consider other sort of time, place, and manner restrictions, it could do that potentially, as long as they're, again, sort of reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. But that would apply to these businesses as the city could regulate any other business, basically.
Okay.
And I'm looking at that, Paul, because it's down as B2, B3, and M1. I think most of the school pickups would be in R1 and R2. And so I think that would give you that 1,000 feet.
It may and may not, because
But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it looks like but I mean, at least it would identify that. part
could
of
be
it.
a lot of some of the places down through the old part of town, historic district, are B1s, so it's not, and there's a bus stop specifically over by the Lutheran church.
Okay.
You know, that falls within the range, that's kind of wondered.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I will say, we had to get this in, obviously, because the law is changing. This is gonna get, once approved, to WSB for them to have in their workup, so I'm sure it'll be talked about in the steering committee as well. If there's any further recommendations that want to be made, it can be done at that time, so that way when they present everything, because this one is to do with the land use stuff, it can be talked about in that group, but we just need to get something going for
Good,
the 2025.
good place to introduce it.
Okay. Thank you, David, for your time to work on these for us. We appreciate your time and also thanks for being with us this evening too.
Problem. Thank you.
No other discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Approved. Go to petitions. There was a letter from a resident in your packet for your awareness regarding income, property taxes. Jim Richards had a thank you to the Lions Club Fire Department, first responders. In general, Christmas, or what was that for?
Oh,
That
yeah,
was for the Christmas too.
yeah, for the Christmas event at the fire hall and for out here for lighting the trees. They did an awesome job.
Yeah, and again, there were, I
Lot.
think, 380 was what I heard for
Yeah.
participants that there were for that, which is
That's awesome.
A lot of
big
kudos.
percentage of the city.
They did an awesome job. A lot of
Yeah,
time.
good food.
Okay. Next item is regarding the payroll for council. Packet is a memo. Renee raised a question to council regarding the memo reflected yeah, a $35 fee for meetings. And we had 4 interviews in one day. So just for clarity, Jason would like to know if each of those 1 hour meetings is $35 or just those 4 meetings within one day is $35.
The clarification is council just needs to make the decision as to what they're qualifying as a meeting. So moving forward in future years, it's kind of laid out. So, because we're getting different stuff from different representatives and just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, and I know that this is looking a little bit at me. I was here for a lot of the interviews that there were for both for the part-time and also for, gosh, I did part-time city administrator for the rest of it. So, I mean, all those to me, if you're here for an hour and you're doing an interview, and you do multiples and you're here for the most of the day, I think that's more than just, one meeting. That's my process there is behind it. If you decide differently, that's fine. Okay.
Well, in order, if you find it as a meeting, doesn't it have to have an agenda?
Well, no, this is for interviews.
It was for the city.
This is for the interviews that I've done
Oh,
and
that's
for
it.
public works interviews and all the stuff that I was doing with the personnel committee. And some of those are different because Jim Richards has full-time job that he was doing. So I was there for those interviews and Jim Richards wasn't, so
Yeah.
that's why there's a difference between them.
Yeah, these are the non-city administrator one.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if you cap them at one meeting, I mean, I don't know that we're gonna take a vote on what a meeting is called right now, but there is a cap of 70 meetings a
Yeah,
year,
so
looks like.
I
So
don't-
even if you dropped it down to one meeting per interview, you would still be
Yeah,
right out there.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
just,
think
it's
we're
like,
just,
there you go.
And I think to Jason's point, you know, if that situation comes up again, we should know what the definition is.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it
do
done?
it,
Is it
so,
full?
you know, which is fine, and I'm with you on that, so.
It's an agenda, it's a meeting.
I brought up to you, Jason, that Renee had me counted as present in the November regular council meeting. I was not sworn in at that time. So I don't know how that's handled.
And we looked at that, but I think it wasn't that your swearing in date that there is that you had for you.
19.
Oh, yeah.
And so I looked at that as, you know, hey, you were here for that, you know, that took you away to get you in here.
Mhm.
So I, you know, you're fine, Daniel.
No,
Okay, I have no
22nd was
problems
the
with that.
swearing in date.
22nd was the swearing in
Oh, sorry.
date, 19th was the regular council meeting.
That's okay.
Um,
You're part of the group. I don't,
no. Just wanted to point that out that I was here, but I was not up here.
Yeah.
Jason, put me down for 0 meetings. I'm not gonna take a check for it, so.
Did you sign the paperwork?
No, I have not done that.
Yeah, we'll need to get that from you then. I think we already had you down there, zero. But
You just keep me at 0. We're good.
makes the budget work well. Makes the budget work well.
Well, it's.
Jason, do I have to
Not gonna
fill
get rich off it.
new paperwork
Cause
out?
other issues.
I know I did when I started for the W-2s, W-4s.
I will have to look into that. I mean,
We'll just leave it.
That's why I think it's in there. You've got to check out the history.
All right. Next item. Law enforcement.
You go home already?
Yeah, Individual.
The report, quite an increase in traffic stops. 19.
I've been asking for more speed enforcement through certain parts of town from the complaints I've heard from citizens, so trying to get them to do a little bit more in different areas.
What areas you looking at on that, Jason? Just for my clarification.
A lot of them have been,
So I can watch out when I
Yeah,
go
what
through.
kind of clarification do you?
yeah,
I have to admit that 30-mile-an-hour flashing thing right at the 30-mile-an-hour sign is just kind of.
But I mean, where is it looking
There's
at
been-
Minnesota Avenue or where?
somewhat Minnesota, but a little bit to the east. On those stop signs back there going in those, Riverbend neighborhoods back in that way, I think it's off of,
River Park neighborhood.
yeah, River Park neighborhood, sorry. Off of Second there, there's some stop signs along there. And then I know there was some places on the west side of town as well.
Yeah, Center Street stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's 20. You're not
There was a
gonna.
lot of focus around some of the stop signs and that were brought up in those two parts of town, the east and west side of town. So,
And thank you for putting the other one that there is up on Riverwood. That's been good to kind of catch people, Kane, on that one. Okay, do you have a number on how many people are going up and down there on that?
I'd have to look at the report. I've got the data. It's not.
Because I'd just like to know what that is, because it's gotta be a lot that are going.
I looked at earlier data. And it was less than 30
Less than 30?
average, yeah.
Average speed.
Oh, average speed. I thought I was looking at the number of cars that there were. I think people are watching that a little bit closer. Yeah, I'd love to know the number.
Yeah, I can share that with you.
Okay, that'd be great. So thank you, Jason, for that on the traffic part. I'm sure the residents aren't happy, but.
Next item is, Public Works. Kane, if you want to come to the podium, please,
Yes,
you
sir.
can explain your request.
Yeah, so, we've got snow plows, we've got skid steers, we've got snow blowers. One thing that would be handy is a salt sand spreader. We don't have one of those. It's something that we've been tossing around. taking care of parking lots, the fire department, the new wastewater treatment facility, 8 lift stations, and the well houses. I think it's something that could be spread out. The entire city could benefit from it. There's walking paths. There's need for more walking paths. If there were a request from someone throughout the daytime, hey, this intersection's slippery, or the school bus, or whatever it may be, we could respond rapidly. I know we have Jason Ottman, but this would just be another tool in the toolbox for snow removal. So I know we could have benefited from this last weekend. The ice, we could have definitely benefited from having something larger for spreading salt and sand mixture. So something I'd like to add to our snow removal equipment.
Where are you getting your salt from for that?
So this, we would just get salt sand from Jason Ottman. He's got a large pile. So he's got that on site. We'd keep a track of how much we're using, and it would be covered within the sanding budget. So.
Yeah. It's only it's a couple yard box anyways, all it is.
Yep, two skid loader buckets fit in it, and that's about all you want to put in it, and so, you know, we keep track, and if we need to get more sand, if Jason needs to get more sand, it's under contract, and it's right up the road. It's a pretty small investment for us. We don't need to do a sand stockpile or a hoop house or anything like that, so just the sander itself. We've got a truck it'll go into. So it's state contract pricing through Christeel, company, the city we've purchased equipment through in the past. They're real good. They're a big outfit. Boss, that's the snow plows we use, proven brand. I like their model. That's the one I would recommend getting.
Is this the biggest truck you got? It's a 3/4 ton?
We've got 1 tons. We've got 2 1 tons and a 3/4 ton. Those are just, they're kind of set up. They're not really set up for this sander, so it would fit in the 3/4 ton 4x4 pickup. So
It's coming out of 2024 budget, is that the?
yeah, I would spend the money out of this year's snow removal budget. Like I said, this benefits water, sewer, parks, streets, roads, fire hall, community center, well houses. This thing is gonna be utilized throughout the entire city. So to put it, or to use those funds from the snow removal fund, I think that captures, it's a good spot for it, in my opinion.
City properties, to be clear.
City properties, yep. So I think this will last many years, and I think if we ever do decide to do our own city snow plowing, this will be utilized in the future. I mean, I don't think we'd ever get rid of it, so.
I make a motion, we approve the purchase for $11,153 for an 8-foot bed, I guess. That's the difference between the two prices. One's a 6.5, the other one's an 8-foot.
Yep.
Well, what works better? Turn radius on an 8's gotta be terrible.
Yeah, but 8-foot pickups or 8-foot beds are what you get with 3/4 and 1 ton pickups. You don't get short boxes, so 8 foot's the kind of the standard, what we would like to see.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any other comments?
This is not gonna short your budget,
This is coming out of this year's snow.
but it's not gonna short.
Coming out of Jason's budget?
It's coming out of the snow removal budget.
I'm just saying, you said he's got a contract.
Yep, we do. And so any of that unused money that doesn't get spent this year goes into the CIP. So
You're taking it out of the CIP fund, is what you're saying.
No, I'm taking out of this year's 2024 snow removal budget.
Taking advantage of a really light year of snow and ice last winter.
You know, I didn't come to the council in the spring months to say, hey, I wanna buy a sander for the upcoming year, right? I saved this until the end of the year to say, hey, we've got money left over, this is a smart purchase, right? I don't try not to purchase that and run myself thin through the rest of the year, so that's why I'm coming to you at the end of the year.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thanks.
Approved. Thanks, King. Water and sewer. Several updates. Paul Janetto's off the committee. Was with us for almost 4 years. No, 6 years. 7 years. So that'll be an open position that we'll be filling in as well as with Larry Stolp too, so after the first of the year.
Is Larry Stolp stepping back over him?
Yeah, he's up. His son's on.
How many seats are on there, Alan? 7?
7, yeah. People service, there's a letter there. Speak to that. Joe, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, people service has their report on wastewater operations, and then there's also a note in the packet about the switchgear. Eaton is the supplier of that, and they sent us a letter that said the switchgear wouldn't be delivered in November like we'd been promised. And
I think
now,
I've seen that.
now
I think
there's
I've seen that. That's back in the,
it's in the sewer and water
back in
minutes.
the-
Yeah.
it's back in the consent agenda, that letter.
It's with the sewer and water committee meeting minutes along with the people service report. They're saying that equipment won't be manufactured and delivered until the end of December or early January. And so, given the cold winter weather conditions, that likely means that the installation of that equipment won't happen until March or April. You know, the gauge of wire is really heavy, and when it gets cold, it's really difficult to work with. And so everything is functioning fine on the temporary panels that we have. I would have preferred that it be installed now, but you don't have any control of the manufacturing process, unfortunately. So we'll continue to have to struggle to deal with it. But wanted the council to know the latest on that. We did talk about that at the Water and Sewer Committee as well. And if you certainly have any questions, I can answer those.
Open parade.
Continue to deal with that, yes.
And we don't know if it's gonna be delivered in January. It could be February or March, and so it'd be that time to be able to put both of them in at the same time anyway.
Right, well, we're certainly
Yeah,
not saying that to Eaton. We want it.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that's the reality of what it is, you know, and that type of stuff, so.
Don't give them any ideas.
No.
Yeah.
Stay on them.
Thank you, John.
Pay request is in the consent agendas. And the last item. Transfer. The memo.
Yeah.
Touch base on that.
Just real quick, I did put a memo or a letter in the packet, basically asking for council's approval to transfer some of the excess budget that we have on the wastewater treatment facility for construction engineering, transferred that to the sewer collection project that Fitzgerald's working on. That project, we're consuming that budget. We're nearly out of budget on that. And so we could use some additional budget to finish up record plans and project closeout there. Obviously, that piece of the project has extended beyond when we had planned for it. And then we also did some additional work in terms of the Riverbend wastewater extension and road repairs and, you know, all of the additional things that we've brought forward through the change orders. We haven't asked for any additional budget for that. So
we've consumed the budget, so I'm simply asking for a transfer of $60,000 from the wastewater budget to the sanitary sewer collection budget, so we have enough to finish the project.
Okay, so what percentage of that, was up at River Bend? Was it like half of that for what there is, or?
Probably about 20,000.
Okay, of that part, because I know we had looked at that, you went from 50 to 60, because I was at the meeting when we were looking at 50. Why did you go up to 60, just out of curiosity?
Just for a factor of safety. Frankly, I'm hoping not to use 50, but I don't want to come back to the council and ask, you know,
Okay.
basically you only get billed for the work that we expend, and, you know, if there's lots of budget there, and I would just kind of trying to be conservative and cover my bases and make sure that we have enough. Because you never know what's gonna happen in the spring with God knows what.
So would this also be a part of what there is on hooking up the other panels that there are for this money? Because you're putting that back into the plant, right? Wastewater treatment plant?
Well, we've got excess budget at the treatment facility, and so we'd be moving it to the collection system project.
Okay.
So we've got plenty of budget to deal with the inspections necessary for the electrical work.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna wonder. Okay.
As well as, you know, record plans and project closeout and those types of things. That's really what we have remaining at this point.
Yeah, make a motion,
Yeah, please.
to do the transfer of, $60,000.
I'll second it. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Approved. Planning and zoning. Hearing committee updates.
Yeah, I'll just do a real quick minute on that, or anybody else can too. Daniel was on that stuff too, off of it, and Paul, but we're moving ahead. We've had 3 meetings this last month on going through and just little by little picking up bits and pieces and working our way through what we have. So I think we've got a good stab moving ahead. Our next meeting is going to be sometime in January. But it's moving along at a pretty decent pace now for what we've got going, so.
You're still looking at an early spring.
Yeah, I would say but I'm just saying we've been moving quickly on what's been happening with those, so it's been good.
Colleen is off the committee, so there'll be an opening.
Yeah, and Kathy too.
And Kathy too.
I think Kathy or was Wendy.
Hmm?
I think Kathy's gonna stay on.
Kathy said she's gonna stay on it.
It's Wendy. I
Oh,
think.
I talked to her the other night.
I think Wendy will be.
Oh, okay,
moving
so
on.
he's gonna, okay. Because their term is the same.
Kathy's term, she'd still have to reapply according to city ordinance.
Okay, I'm sure she'll do that.
So it's just, so Wendy's also going to,
And I think she's gonna be off.
can I get an email confirmation at some point from that, just so I know what
Sure.
we're posting?
Oh,
stuff?
yeah.
So we know how many openings we're looking at, thank you.
Great.
There's a public hearing coming up, it looks like, on January 21st.
Yeah.
Herb's Lawn, is that it?
We actually had his public hearing, but there wasn't enough time to get
Oh, okay.
the documents together.
I talked with her already and let him know, and he understands, and it'll be on the January,
Okay.
Yeah.
council meeting.
The payroll, there's only John Evans, is the only person that's submitted.
I think Wendy paid for that, or it submitted too. I don't know who.
Yesterday.
Oh,
So there's more than
Didn't
that.
Didn't make the packet then.
No.
Deadline was the 10th for that, so this was all we had with this one. Kathy has her hand raised. Kathy, can you unmute yourself, or do I have to unmute you?
I think I was able to unmute just now.
Yep.
I did submit actually a comment.
got muted. I don't know what happened.
Oh, somebody
She's got a
did.
comment, something, maybe she, is there a comment section?
Can you hear me here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On zoning, so there was a revised payroll amount. It was 315 was the original draft that we had received at the meeting. So there were a couple folks that did say they weren't going to accept pay for the year. So with that and with the ones that were, for those that were at the meeting, it was 815 total, which was still under the $4,050 budgeted for the year. Due to the timing of the zoning meeting, that revised amount didn't get into your packet, but has been emailed to Jason, and I still had not heard back from one member of zoning yet. But even if they do submit for the meetings, for any 2024 meetings, we would still be under the budget of 4050 for the year.
Kathy, I need to make sure that we get those from those people, whoever is not. Those
Yep. There's one person left that I was waiting to hear from, and they were not at the meeting the other night, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anything else, sir? Thanks, Kathy.
Yep, that's all I have.
All right, we need a motion for that planning and zoning payroll. Okay, fire department, there's an action item to purchase 15 used SCBA sets of gear from Clary's at a cost of $36,000.
I'll make a motion to, accept that.
I'll second.
So I would, the remainder would use the 10% gathering fee of the city, so that would come out of the fire department capital outlay budget. Any other comments there? Questions? Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose, same sign. Approved.
I think I'm gonna step out unless there's anything else you have for me
Oh,
tonight.
thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Chris.
Have a great Christmas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
McDonald's breakfast.
They said you should be able to get McDonald's breakfast on the way home.
Do you like croissants, Jason?
Next item is a turnout gear request for Logan Brazy for $2,920.
I make a motion to, get the turnout gear for Logan.
I'll second it.
That comes out of the 200-42005, what's in parentheses, what's our general fund. So that was Paul and Jim.
Yeah, Jim and Paul. Jim for.
I did first and then Paul seconded.
Thank you.
Kathy, you still have your hand raised?
She doesn't know it.
Ready to? Okay, all right, we got it. There we go. Maybe I just didn't remove it. Okay.
All right, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Congress has the minutes, economic development. And the packet was our work plan. Also an RFP going out, and we should have a response back for January 14th, I think it is, in the packet. So, as a result of the previous budget descriptions, we'll find out exactly what that number is, but it's about 16,000 change, I think, but we'll get the correct number in, to the, for the response back to CETA. So I make a motion. We approve that.
Or which one now?
This is the bottom, the CETA contract.
Yeah, but we don't want to have it as the 32,000, so.
No, I said 16,000. We can find out what the right number is.
Can you make a motion to table it for next month, so we have time to reach out to Rebecca, get all this
Oh,
redone?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's do that.
Well, the motion to table the contract for.
Motion to table this till the January meeting.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, it's approved. Park and Trail, just a quick update in your packets, there's, the proposed leg that was gonna go through Orinoco segment. That's been taken off the table and won't be looked at. So appreciate the council's support, in the resolutions. I participated in a couple of public hearings and public comments, so that's not gonna happen, so that's great news. So
I'm just glad we caught that before they did.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was great. That was
I'm
good
just
job.
glad we caught that before it did come down through here.
Yeah, that's, so thank you, it's been taken care of. Jason, your update with your out of office?
Yeah, with the different due dates, basically in these next 2 weeks, pretty much gonna be closed. I've got some, personal matters to attend to this week with a funeral on Friday, and then, possible another funeral. I don't know. The second one, I'll just say, my grandfather broke his hip, went in, had surgery, isn't doing well after the surgery and is back in the hospital, so I don't know what's happening with him.
Was that back out in Seattle or?
No, that's North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know what's going on. That's why there's all that kind of time in there. And then with just the holidays falling in the middle of the week, the commute back and forth with the day here, day there, just wasn't gonna be feasible. So it kind of all worked out that way, if you will, that I talked with Kane. Kane's gonna kind of help cover stuff. As well as I will have my laptop with me, be able to work remotely on those days too, to still get stuff done. As we need to, if anything comes up that needs to be done. So that's just kind of where we're at. So our offices will be closed basically those.
You'll be back, you'll be back before the 1st of March, right?
Yeah. January 2nd is
North
the,
Carolina. I can see
I'm
that.
gonna come back January 2nd and finish up that week, and then we'll kind of go from there, pending what happens. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We prayed for your grandfather.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, Ryland, where are they going with the line? And are they gonna be going all the way around? Or have they said what they were gonna be doing?
They'll be discussing that starting in April 2025. Either go through the New Haven line, number 13, or follow the CapEx number 2, 12, and 15. It goes around either side of us. To the west, it follows the Douglas Trail, the diagonal parallel to Orinoco, or it follows this current CapEx 20 line that goes across Lake Somerville.
Well, that 13 is the one that follows the Douglas Trail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one is going up. No, that's great news. I think it's really great news.
So they still have some more work to finalize it, but that'll happen this spring, I guess, so. Okay, under city administrator, we have an action item for on page 64 of 134. This is a motion to approve resolution 2024-48, accepting the voting operations, technology, and election resources account agreement.
I'll talk with this real quick if I may. Sure. So real quick, basically, and this is something we've done in the past, the city's done in the past, is the state provides funding, the county is to provide funding to the cities to help with the expenses related to elections. Well, county runs township, kind of run of our elections. We don't really take on the responsibility of maintaining the machines and the technology and all that stuff. So the history, from my understanding, is we've always just said what we get from the state, the county holds on to. Doesn't even come to us. They just use it for their stuff. And if you go through page 65, it shows the breakdown for Olmsted counties. we would be getting $345.12. That would be used for election stuff. So instead of us taking it in and holding on to it and then having to worry about paying that later, again, just holding, the county can hold it and use it for their, as they need to for their election process when it comes to, basically anything to deal with their technology and the voter stuff that they're doing. And I did copy the email in here that I got from Amanda, who is and she's the election manager for the county, and then Lou Turner, who's their associate director that helps out. I have been talking with them. Their deadline was the 15th, but they do know that we have our council meeting tonight and that they're okay with that. You know, it's not a hard deadline. So they're okay with, waiting to hear from us tonight, what we'll do and go from there. But I kind of told them I was gonna lean towards just letting them hold on to it and say, hey, you guys utilize this and keep the equipment in proper working order.
Yeah, the county does all that stuff anyway and what there
Yeah.
is, so I'm surprised. I mean, I didn't get any money from where I do my head election judge stuff. It's like, I'm surprised that we,
And this is just to help with the technology they use. This isn't like election, like this is their focus from my understanding, and read through here, it talks about, what exactly they use it for, but the big one is equipment, hardware, software, cybersecurity, security related infrastructure, things like that, so there's a cost that they would usually assign us for using their equipment. So instead of that, this is that offset, like, okay, we'll just kind of use this and reduce that cost of having to do any of that stuff. So obviously Rochester's the big one in here. They get 21,000, but even they are letting the county, like they just. let the
yeah, they
county
have
do
to
it.
go through all that stuff,
It's all the Secretary of State guidelines anyway, too.
Oh, okay.
So that's what that resolution is. And basically, if it's approved, I just gotta get it signed and sent over to them tomorrow. So,
I make a motion to, accept resolution, number 2024-48.
Second.
Any other comments? Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Commission. This is a voice vote. Call the roll.
Mayor Irisford,
Aye.
Councilor Phillips,
Aye.
Councilor Pendergrass,
Aye.
Councilor Richards,
Aye.
Councilor Spring.
Aye.
All right, that's approved. Streets and roads. First item under unfinished business.
I think we covered that.
Audit follow-up.
Then we, in your business unfinished, okay, so you got that
We
one
just need
done.
more quotes and we'll bring back at the January meeting, or somebody will bring it back. We'll probably post to Jason and he can make the food in the packet, so we should do so.
What do you want to look for? At least one additional, two additional?
No, it's tough to get people to do that, okay? I mean, it was work to get the first one that there is, so I think we'll maybe try to get one additional to
Just
see
make
what-
sure everything's in the right ballpark.
Next item was our new business.
Oh.
A lot of different items there. There's a lot of, just in general, there's a lot of items that I think will be affecting the new council coming on board in January, so I would, I'd like to make a motion to table this new business until a later date or a January meeting.
No, I disagree with that.
Second.
I disagree. I think there's some things that are very important. One of them is the Mary Queensland for a possible rehire. That's important for that. The other stuff that there is things that need to just come to the council. And we've been paying for Sunny's unemployment, and it's one of those things that never came to the council for approval for getting her unemployment from the first part of it. And I remember the last person that went after unemployment was Corey, and Corey's request for unemployment was brought to the council right away. So it was like somebody approved that and signed that. And I'm just looking, we had another payment that there was So the total amount that we paid to Sunny so far is gonna be $23,000. And she's been gone for a year and a half. We were just trying to figure out who approved it, who signed it, is why we wanted to get into the personnel file. And when that's gonna come to an end, she shouldn't be up again. Right now, getting people that are qualified in this state seems to be a hot number. You know, so if she was good at what she did, she should have been instantly hired.
The other part of that too is we still haven't been able to reconcile what was paid out versus what she actually had on the books.
And so that's
We've requested that.
Yeah, we just wanted to get all that stuff done and get that closed, so.
So when this first came about in May, Councilor Richards, you were the one who filled out the application for denial to the state of Minnesota for unemployment and gave it back to me to submit. So you both have been involved with that process since the beginning, so I don't know where the confusion comes in with that. And then once the state, hold on, please, once the state of Minnesota took that in and took the consideration and then approved it, it's out of our hands. It's up to the state of Minnesota as to what they qualify for unemployment or not. And they said, nope, she's available for unemployment and she can apply for it and and it was granted by the state. And there's a set amount that she can use. And she's utilized, the exact numbers in front of me, close to everything but $500 to $600 worth of that set amount that's set by the state of Minnesota.
If I remember right in that meeting, Jason.
That was all three of us.
The three of us were in that meeting and there was the first application that she submitted. And we did not have time to react to that first one. It was the second one. And because we missed that first one with the time period with the 10 days, it was granted without us having a chance to deny it. And so that's what happened. And we didn't see who turned around and approved that first one.
Nobody approved it, went through the state and it was filled out by you, Councilman Richards. It's your handwriting that's on the form that was submitted to the state. And I submitted it myself and they denied it. They took everything in, they took in the letter, they took in the reasoning for, which was the termination for, based off of the performance eval, you submitted that as well. All that was submitted to the state. They reviewed that and still denied it.
Yeah, because that was a result of the meeting with the three of us.
Right, but
And
we
we
had
had
missed
the
that
day.
first original one because it was that day that we looked at it, that it was due, wasn't it?
It was the second one.
The second one that we
we-
did, but we missed the
It
first
had to
one.
be the following day.
Yeah.
That's why we had to meet.
I myself am under the impression that when you file for unemployment, if it's denied, it'll be 26 weeks before you become eligible for it. That after 26 weeks, the state makes the determinations. I don't know. Like Jason saying that the state made that determination. I'm sure they did. They pulled the string on that stuff.
Well, and the way
I'm not
the way
saying-
this happened, we weren't even aware that the first one came around.
Right.
And
That's what I
then we
remember.
were made aware on the day of that the second one came around, and that was when we met with you, Jason. That the second one came around and we had to submit it the very next day. Because it evidently had been sitting here.
It didn't go anywhere.
It didn't go anywhere. We weren't notified, so we had to reply to it.
Sat in my office. So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's where we're at. I've already contacted and called the state and talked with them. Nothing's gonna change what's already happened. And her limit is almost to the extension to the point of where it's at. She's not gonna get an extension. There is nothing more. Once it's used up, it's used up. So there's nothing more that can be done on the matter.
We
No, I
should have
didn't.
to reapply.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people are aware that we did give her $23,000 additional that there is, that came out of the city that went with that unemployment. That's number A. You want to go over B?
Yeah, so B, I'd like to make a recommendation that we bring Mary back for a possible rehire because she has history with the city. She's been here. I think she could help out. You want to add?
Well, yeah, I mean, we turned around and, we did the exit interview, not to get in any further than that, but we did take the time to do that. It wasn't the amount of, time that she was given to be cross-trained, which was, I think, the main thing. I think Mary has got lots of abilities to do this and can pick it up, and, I make a motion to hire her back and bring her on right away.
Sorry, that's out of order. The reason for that is our personnel policy states, we can do this, but she would be included with all the other candidates. for
Okay, but it's
consideration.
also in there that.
If she wants to submit her name, we can do that. And, but we just can't go out and hire her specifically back. She has to apply with all the other new applicants after we post it. That's per our personal policy.
Mayor, if I may, we're still in the middle of your motion to table this. We're in discussion talk, so I don't know that it's appropriate to make another motion within a motion.
That's a good point. You know, there was letters from our attorney regarding several of these items that with no preparation based on what was shared here that they can really respond to. That's why some of these issues are like that. So I really think it's in the council's best interest to delay all of these new business items until the January agenda or the January council is in place to continue the discussion and act on them appropriately at that time.
Well, I think they speak for themselves, Ryland, don't they?
Attorneys say no. How can an attorney say,
well,
they can reply to them because there's no prep, there's no memos.
What?
Nothing's in here that give the background. We talked about this umpteen times about stuff being put into the packet with no memos, no follow-up.
And you do that
request.
too, Ryland. Let's be clear. There's a lot of times we get here and we have stuff on the desk.
Sure.
So you do that. I mean, and we have the ability to do that. But I just want to be clear, and I did contact Mike back and left a message. To be clear on the personnel file, we're not asking that the entire council has access to their personnel file. This is the personnel committee, and nor does the personnel committee want access to anything pertaining to birth date or anything like that. It is their reviews, unemployment, is there any activity in terms of write-ups or any of that? And the personnel committee does have that right, because that is what the personnel committee is about. We're not asking for anything beyond that. It's
Why
not their
wouldn't that
personnel.
be able to wait until January? What will get done from now until January on that topic?
So what was part of that was Sonny's file to understand, to be able to do a reconciliation of, we paid her out over $10,000.
Yeah.
And if you look at the numbers, I believe we had showed that the numbers, she didn't even accrue that kind of vacation in less than a year's time. So it was about being able to reconcile, and we haven't gotten that.
Okay.
And to be able to do performance reviews. The personnel committee is supposed to be part of that, and it's not happening. So can this wait? Yeah, it can. It definitely can.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other things, if I can kind of make some comments too, if we're looking for the city clerk. The item G that's in there, was to take a look and not even using just SCSG, I went out and got another quote from another company that there was to see if we can't find, you know, a city clerk, and looking at one, and I'm just trying to think where I put the documents here, it's DDA. So to go in and to try to find a clerk that there is, that especially has got that, the qualifications for the new computer program that we're working with, and that you're not gonna get it by putting that either, you know, in News and Record, which is what we have for our newspaper. We're gonna have to go out and search and to find somebody that there is in a city clerk position to be able to pull them. And so that's something that I think that we need to take a look at. SCSC, Mike Humble is the one that we used also, so I came up with two different ones that there were. But I think that those are some of the things that we need to be looking at and moving ahead, and not waiting till this meeting towards the end of January to get going off of that. So there's some things that were on here that I thought were kind of important.
So my confusion here is last time we talked about staffing, you were very adamant that nobody would be applying or looking for jobs through the holidays. I mean, those were your words.
Right.
Right? So what's changed?
Well, nothing, but I mean, when it comes to January, I think that we could get a chance to be able to get things started. And to at least get everything out there to see which way we want to go and not wait till the end of January. You know, before we have the next council meeting. So that's all. I was just looking for a way to move ahead for that, to at least have that going the right direction.
But not
Okay.
during the holiday.
Yeah, not during the holiday.
And I think that moving forward with city clerk is a wise thing to do, but I do think that we need to have a discussion of what those qualifications that we're looking for, especially now that we've just combined two positions into one. So I think that that's something that is gonna take a deeper discussion.
Right.
And
the reason I didn't want these moved is so we could discuss this, so
Move it ahead.
you know what's behind this. And yeah, most of these things need to move and come up in January? They do. But for discussion purposes, to get it on the record that, hey, these things need to be looked at, and the idea that, you know, mentioning Mary was, I'm mentioning Mary because she has experience with us
I
and
think
she
it
can
would be a
hit the
great
ground running.
resource if we can get
Yeah.
her back, but I do think that we have to go through the proper procedures.
Absolutely. We can't do it without going through.
Well,
Has she shown interest?
Yes, she has.
Okay.
I guess my question is, do we need to go through Mike Humble? Can we put an ad out to League of Minnesota Cities first?
Oh, we
See
can
what
do
they
that.
throw out, see what they
You-
throw
you-
out,
you
campaign
can-
at us.
You can do that, and there's no question about that can be done. I think it's in conjunction with that you want to be doing it.
Absolutely.
But it's gonna be one of those that, you know, finding somebody with News and Record is gonna be very slim.
The News and Record isn't gonna find what you're looking for.
No, so I think that it's specific of what we want to use.
For that type of service.
They were saying it's about 10,000, okay, for what I got from DDA. Mike Humboldt did not respond back, which is for the SCSC that we worked with before.
But that was like 12,000 for him.
Yeah, so I mean, but it's looking at what, but it was, and again, I got all the stuff that they offer for.
Right.
Who's that?
So, you know, it's, you know, I made a comment earlier about the approval for going out and looking at the different companies, and I can appreciate you doing that, but at the same time, I think that's had that been approved, that type of information could have been in the packet. We could be talking about it now, but that's.
No, I didn't get this until today.
Right.
Okay, you know, I mean,
Another reason why we should wait till January to.
Well, again, though,
we're just trying to move ahead.
That's right. And we have things like that, Ryland.
We did.
You have to.
I won't deny that, but I'm saying in
Okay.
this particular case here, I think a lot of them are affected by having the new council going forward for a lot of these different things that you have here.
I give him credit for going up and looking that up because we didn't know till 2 weeks ago that Renee was leaving.
Mhm.
We didn't know she was, no, who
Right.
knew she was leaving, you know, so.
So I jumped on it as soon as I could.
Budget though, we could have added that to the budget.
Well, I think it still might be able to fit in there for what it's gonna be, whatever we pay them for. You know, we put that extra 10,000 if there was.
It could be part of that package, because if we don't hire him for a couple of months,
You have that extra
might
money.
take a
that's
couple
in-
months or be a couple months away.
That's what we did with Jason's position.
So anyway, I just think that those are some key things that we need to have. You know,
It's age again.
I agree, Jim. There's all things we need to do better. It'd be great to have, if you go out and look at other city council agendas, Pine Island, for example. The only thing on their agendas are motions, resolutions, and ordinances. There's no discussion points. I think we need to continue to work towards not having discussions on items that you can put into a memo, and then we can have some information about it for a motion, but we, we're in
well,
a very long meeting here, and we spend a lot of spend our wheels a lot, and I think that we just need to work towards getting to that goal of, the updates. And I agree, I had an update here. I should have put that into a memo. You could have seen it before that. It wasn't necessary for the, for discussion or for any action items, so. And I think that's something we all need to work towards, but I just feel like that there's, several items on here that could be, which is well handled in January, and we've been here 4.5 hours, and we have a motion to table it to the January meeting, and
as a comment to that, Ryland, and I'm hearing what you're saying with Pine Island and these other communities, they turn around, they have a workshop that there is with the city council in between. And during that workshop is when they have the discussion that takes place.
something we should look at.
And I think that makes a difference, because then it would be as quick as having the motions and voting on it if you had the workshop to talk about this stuff. But I just want to make a clarification
That's
of
a
what
good
that
point. I
is
appreciate
with there,
that.
so. I've been looking at that too, to find ways to do this, because this is
It's a long one.
it's a long one.
I think that's a perfect thing to bring up in January. We can start from scratch and kind of brainstorm and get some good ideas like this. And maybe make some changes that get us out quicker.
Oh, yeah, no, I think the workshops is a good thing to have within a doubt.
And I do think it's evolving, because before we had a lot of, like Ron says, things that go in circles, but now it's
Yeah.
more.
And some other things too, that there is to have Jason downstairs a little bit more during this vacancy. I think that stuff is important, which is the D that's in here, to be able to have people that have the office that's open. And so there's some things I thought were important in that part of it. They're pretty explanatory, where you don't have to have a long memo.
What's the deal with the new tires in a city truck?
I just heard that we put new tires on a brand new truck.
Any explanation?
I can do that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay.
So the tires on the pickup? So the city hasn't even gotten the bill yet for the tires. I guess how do you know there's new tires on the pickup?
Well, there's just all kinds of birds that fly around, aren't there, around this town, so.
So I got new tires for that pickup because the ones that come on it are junk.
They're Michelin's.
I understand if Michelin's are good.
I don't think that they're junk, but, I mean, how many miles did you have on the truck?
Got 1,000 miles on it, I think.
I think if you went out and bought a brand new truck and they had tires on it, you would go out and buy new ones again?
Seems to be the going trend right now. My father-in-law just bought bought a brand new $90,000 GMC diesel and got it, and the tires are junk and he's replacing them.
So they're factory tires they come with. They're not good tires. They're not an all-terrain tire. So I took it upon myself. I spoke with my staff, mentioned it to Jason. Hey, this thing's got junk factory tires on it. We need to upgrade. We got some budget left this year. It made sense to upgrade. I did it on the last brand new pickup we bought. Didn't see any issue. It was under budget and under my threshold. So
I mean, and this is some of the stuff that we look at, you know, we give you a budget and we approve a budget. That doesn't mean 100% of everything has got to be spent on that budget. You know, that sometimes it's wise not to do that, okay? And I know that this is government and the way that government operates is whatever you got, they're gonna spend. And that's not always the best way to do it, because I look at a business looking at it a little bit differently.
So here, I'll throw it out there, not to throw the fire department, the first responder rig, right? Brand new pickup, right? Johan, did we put brand new tires and wheels on that truck?
We did.
Yep, brand new, right? That truck got actual brand new wheels too, the actual rims. I just put new rubber, actual 10-ply tires on a 1-ton pickup. It needed it. These trucks haul the skid steer, they're heavy, they need good quality tires.
Okay, I get that.
You explained it.
There's a company called Public Surplus. Can we get somebody to open an account and put that stuff on there for sale, the used ones?
The used tires?
Yep.
Sure, we can try selling used.
We can put that fire truck on it too, because I mentioned it during one of our other meetings to put that fire truck on Public Surplus, but everybody seemed to think that wasn't a possibility, but they're in 50 states, so it's kind of like somebody would be interested in that. You can make over fair money. Just think somebody should be looking into that closer.
The fire truck?
No, the fire truck, tires, you get tires from the fire department. I hope we still own them. I think it'd be.
I don't know if that's the first responder there. That was the first responder rig.
I hate to throw away $1,000 of tires.
I don't believe they're $1,000 tires. They're cheap. They're cheap tires. They're not good tires.
A good Michelin tires, it cost you $250. You know, 4 tires is what it is. Okay, anyway. My question's answered, but I think somebody should open up Public Surplus. That's actually the website.
Would you like me to do that, or who would you like to do that?
Well, I could look into it and see what we can do, but it's called Public Surplus itself. It's, when you see it, you can go down through it by state, you can go through it by school districts, you can ask what kind of equipment you're looking for. You can, anything from school districts, to cities, to counties, townships.
Hey, why don't you just take a look at it and see if there's any cheap tires on the sale now?
Also an opportunity sometimes to trade them in as used to who you're buying the tire from out of the gate. It's just usually a question to ask as you're purchasing new tires and say, hey, you want to give me a credit? You're only going to get 25 cents on the dollar at most, but
Yep.
they're not behind your shed anymore either. So,
Well, they're not in the way. They're not.
Kane, you can stay up there on this one quick.
Yeah,
The mowing,
yeah,
I know we talked about it last time.
yep, absolutely.
And this is something that I think could move to a later meeting, but to
Sure.
put it on the radar, I know we mow a lot of township property.
We mow some township property south of the Gas and Go.
Isn't the data center, isn't that township out there?
That's all.
3rd Avenue is city.
Okay,
Yep.
but if you can just
So.
stuff it back there
Yeah,
for
absolutely,
later.
absolutely, Jim, and I will answer this, so we did mow some of that, western frontage road, Minnesota Avenue.
Yeah.
Because it was under construction, and we needed to see what the conditions were of the, where the pipes were put in, right?
Mhm.
The weeds were 6 feet tall, you couldn't see what Fitzgerald did, whatever, so we did, good faith, work with the contractors, get that mowed, get it knocked down, so we did the other side too. I agree, it's a lot of mowing in the township, that stretch there is. So, to the,
Up the hill, is that
That-
city
that-
or? is-
that's also city. So to the council, to the P and Z, to everyone out there who can make a vote in this city, we need to follow ordinance and we need to create ordinances that make sense, right? My yard, your yard, everyone's yard, right? You mow from the edge of your house to the blacktop, right, Paul?
I do, yeah.
Right? Including the right of way. Right?
Everybody does.
Everybody does.
Everybody should.
Yeah.
Everybody should, so we need to enforce that. Everybody from Dollar General to Two Sisters to the Gas and Go. I'm telling you, if you own property in this town and it's on a right of way, you need to maintain that right of way. We need to have some sort of standard that says it needs to be maintained at a certain height, and here's a certain distance, and a certain trees, you name it, weeds. You can't plant flowers out there, right? You can't plant lilacs, you can't plant dogwoods. It's a right of way, right? So I want clear language moving forward into the 2025 mowing season. I think we could cut down on a lot of our right of way mowing if people took care of their property.
And that's where I was going, because, you know,
Thank you.
you needed a new mower.
Yep.
And we talked about, you know, reducing the rotation time or extending it, I should say.
Yep.
And then just tonight, we talked about resources, about help, you know.
Absolutely.
Because I think your staff spends a lot of time on lawnmowers.
Absolutely.
And running back and forth.
Here's another, for instance, Riverwood Hills Park. There's no parking for Riverwood Hills Park. It's essentially people's backyards. Have you guys seen it, Jim? Right? Right?
I don't know how to get back there.
How do you get back there? You don't. So here's what we should do. We should take that parkland and give it to the homeowners, right?
You got a trail off that one road.
We got a trail. We'll maintain the trail. We'll even spread salt in the wintertime. We'll plow it. But what I'm saying is there's a ton of mowing there that is essentially someone's extension of their backyard, right?
And the trails too, you know, do we have to mow the trails every week? Or could we go every other week or so, you know, just to cut down on that? So
Yeah.
put this on the radar.
Yeah, we can, yeah. I'm gonna get out of here. It's been a late night, but no, I seriously, I would enjoy the conversation moving forward.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
You bet.
Happy holidays.
Yep, that's good.
All right, so
I had a J on there, okay. On new business, I had a J.
For quorum.
Oh,
discussion.
quorum.
Yeah, and that one was, you know, we were all over at the VFW with Hamilton. And that was a quorum violation, and two of us were in there. Ryland, you came in third, that made it a quorum violation. And that's out in public, and it's just a part, you know, I had, and Jim, we both had everything thrown at us coming up to the election this last year of being accused of a quorum violation. And just the accusation, look at all the grief that we got that went on with a prior council person that did that. This one was one that happened. It's if you're the third person that's coming in on something that way, and it was not posted on the city, it was 12/9. Just be aware.
So with that one, and I very purposely did not speak. I was there as a fly on the wall as soon as the
You
third.
can't be in person.
Well, then why is it different than the steering committee when I can sit in and
Steering
listen?
So that's, it's a Zoom, which is different, and I'm sure that they'll probably put that on the public where, you know, so the public can be aware of it. If it was listed and we had it on the, on our normal site that there was on 12.9, then there would not have been a problem with that whatsoever because it would have been listed. And I'm not making any more than
I
that. I'm just-
respect that.
It has to be a
But the-
posted meeting.
My issue with calling that out as a violation is that specific development impacts my property as a resident.
And you were fine to be there. Two people can be there, okay?
Yeah, I
Two
think
people can be there.
What Jim is saying is you and Jim were there and then sounds like Ryland walked in
Didn't speak, just listen.
and it created quorum.
And so.
And so that's where it's a problem, okay?
And I believe
People are-
that I tried to check up on that. As a new council person, I don't know exactly what, so I appreciate that bringing that to my attention. I was under the impression as long as I wasn't discussing city business or even speaking.
So if you look and you watch, no matter what, all of us watch that very close. You know, even when I'll go into a fire department, if it isn't, you know, publicized of what's going on, and there's two people that are in there, I'll make sure I don't go in there to create a quorum.
Yeah.
Okay, just because it's not the right way to do it.
Appreciate the education on that because again, as a new member, that's kind of.
Well, it wasn't you, you were there, you and I were both there, Ryland should have actually.
What's your purpose for being there?
Huh?
You live over on the west side.
I was invited, that was a part of it. I mean, it was put on by VFW, it was on Facebook, so I wanted to go listen. Okay?
We have a motion to move this to January. Any other items that we didn't discuss or the whole thing we can review again? With the new council, so. Yes.
Councilman Phillips, you brought up, exit interviews. I'm concerned because I was not notified of any exit interviews, nor have I received copies of any exit interviews for people's personnel files. I'd like to request those for their personnel files. I'm also curious as to why an exit interview was not done with Renee by the personnel committee, but the last two, there was an active attempt to be done with the other ones.
Well,
I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm just curious as to why, and that can be discussed in January. So I'm not asking to put you on the spot here or anything like that. I just.
No, I had expected Renee to be here till tomorrow. That's why I asked you the question. I thought she was here through the 18th.
Her email said December 13th.
You know, so I mean, I just kind of said, but I mean, ask Jason. I mean, that's where I asked him when I first came in, so.
And I'd be willing to actually.
Absolutely.
Well, I did do an
Have an
exit
extra.
interview with her because she wanted one done and she requested to be shared with council just tonight, so I'll be sending that out.
And
I-
you know, the other thing with the other ones, Jason, just to be very transparent, they told us that you had told them that they don't need to talk with the personnel committee and they don't need to have an exit interview. We heard that from two people.
Right.
So I would assume you
They're right
probably
to
weren't
say no. I
interested.
told them that they could or they couldn't. It wasn't don't do it. I told them that they had the option to do it or not do it, as is the truth. So.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what they told us. I'm not accusing. I'm just telling you, and that's why I figured you didn't want to be in it.
All right, so if all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So we're gonna add all that again in January?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna move all that to January?
Yes.
We'll just review it. Items for review.
That's approved. I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
That's a meeting minutes or the whole year.
There's a lot of stuff
Gotta be a second first.
didn't, oh,
I'll second.
okay, yeah, there's some stuff that's, I just can't go through. And just do it as acceptance of that. I wanted to go through some things in particular. And let me go back here. On page 115 and 134. Action item that there is on the first part of it before streets and roads, and it was under C on page 115. Okay, the result of that, it was 4-1, it should be 4-0, and I, of course, abstain. So I want to make that change off of that. Do we have, and looking at page 120, on the new rates that there are for Flattery and Hood, do we have the 2024 to compare that to instead of just the 2025?
No, more than that, so I don't have that stuff.
Could we get that? So we just know the difference on the increase that there is of what's going on with that?
Yeah, send me an email about it so I can forward it.
Okay, that would be good because I want to have that taken care of. Looking at some of this other stuff that there is, again, we're looking at, and we brought a couple of these things in there, and I don't want to go too much in detail because it's getting to be pretty late. The general fund budgets, we can go over those, but some of those things are, you can review yourself, so we don't get into all that stuff. Looking at some of the checks that there are. You see the one for Sunny that there is there for check number 8226 for $8,646. Check number 8228, which is a phone upgrade for $3288. I just kind of wondered if we really needed to do that. $3,200 for the city. Looking at Flattery and Hood on what they did, there was, one for $2,807 on 8268. There was another one that there was for 8231 for another $840. Just a lot of stuff going to those guys, and we try to keep that a little bit down. I think we can save some money going to the lawyer all the time for everything that goes along with it. Another one that there was, which would be 8343, which is another $1,778 again for Flattery and Hood. That's a lot of money in a month that we're paying for the lawyer, so. That was for labor and employment. Anyway, just want to bring those up that there's a lot of stuff being done that way. We're over budget. Yeah, we are way over budget with
59,000 budgeted, if I remember, it's like 29 something.
and so I mean, there's gotta be a way that we can cut down on lawyers' fees. I mean, it's just gone crazy. So those are my
Any other
comments.
comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda approval, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And you go through it since I wasn't here.
I'll make a motion, meeting adjourned at 11:15.
Second.
Favor say aye.
Aye.
Would you second for the closing?
Well, did you second for the closing?
I did.
You did.
Second.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Enjoy the holidays.
Safe travels.
Yeah, good luck with everything with your funeral.
Yeah, Jason. Good luck. It's praying for you.
He's getting that resolution ready to send to the county, so they have to have no grass grow under him tomorrow.
Get those tomorrow for all those checks.
Okay, what time?
Whatever, I'm gonna put them in your box tonight.
Okay, I'll get them taken care of then tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for those.
Rylan, what was the time?
11:15.
All right, thank you, everybody who's online, still online. Thanks.
Right.
Sleeping online.
I like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think this is one for the record. This is one for the record books.
Pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
Mouse just work one time.